Hello?
Oh, my bad. Go on mute. I
Hello?
completely
Are we going? Okay,
Yeah,
I
my
muted
bad.
you. Here we go.
Perfect.
Hi, honey. Hello. So I was writing a go live.
That's okay. As you were writing your go live, I was like, oh wait, I forgot mine. Oh no.
Let's write ours together. Art collab with Honey Goblin starting now. Cute Goblin teaches a magical girl how to draw goblins. There we go.
We're learning today.
There we
We're
go.
learning.
Woohoo! Yeah, Honey's gonna be teaching me how to draw goblins. I'll get an example of your art up in a sec.
No worries. Why did my brain get so self-conscious about that? I was like, oh gosh.
What?
People are gonna see my art.
I'm being perceived. Okay,
See.
let's do this. Let's do this. There we go. Okay, hi everyone. Hello. Welcome in. It's lovely to have you here. I'll get through a bit while Honey's getting the go live ready. Hello, it's lovely to have you all here. For those of you over on Honey's side, let me introduce myself real quick. Hello there. I am Oceanix. I am a retro animated magical girl VTuber. I stream out every single day. And we're doing some more right now with the lovely Honey, who I look up to very much. And she is a very cool artist and live studio animator. And she's going to be teaching me how to draw goblins because I love goblin girls. I wouldn't. I wonder why I like Honey streams. It's not at all because she's very charming and sweet and talented. It's because she's a goblin girl. I'm kidding. I'm being silly. Let me. I think it might be a bit quiet. Let me turn you up for my stream.
No worries. I'm generally pretty quiet, so it's a complaint my friends all have on Discord. They're like,
I just want to make sure everyone can hear you properly. Yeah. My stream, let me know if Honey is too quiet. I will turn her up more. But yeah, I'll also give a heads up. Mention also down in yourself up, says Meta. Also, for those of you on Honey's side, over on my side, we are currently doing a subathon. So there might be some crazy stuff that happens occasionally when we hit certain sub goals, if people sub and stuff during the stream. I, of course, I'm not going to say, everyone from Honey Stream, come over and sub to me. But anyone who does, choose to show me some support during this subathon. Because for those of you who don't know, I'll just get it out of the way. I'm a trans girl, and I'm raising money for my facial feminization surgery with the subathon. So I appreciate any support. Of course, no pressure to do so. This is just a fun collab that, we planned this collab before the subathon, and then I was like, Honey, I'm going to be doing a subathon during this as well. And she was like, yeah. So I really appreciate Honey for being cool with this subathon, the collab happening during the subathon. She's a little quiet now on Honey's side, says Mithra Andrea.
Okay, perfect. I will adjust that.
We'll
find a middle ground.
Yeah. But yeah, would you like to introduce yourself as well, Honey?
Yeah, for sure. Welcome. My name is Honey. As you can see, a green goblin little fella.
Little
creature. Truly a creature. But yeah, I mostly stream art and FromSoft games, and I'm a self-made VTuber. I designed, drew, and rigged my whole setup. Let's go! I was so impressed when I saw your setup. It's really cool. I was hoping, I was like, can we please show your model on my screen? Please, please.
I wanted to show yours too. I want to show yours too because the light, the rigging on your model is so amazing.
Thank you.
If I had to point where I guess if I weren't the kind of VTuber that I am, right, with my very specific kind of model, if I for some reason were I'm going to throw away this unique model that I have and I'm going to go live 2D, then I would want something that is rigged by Honey. I would want something that looks like the way you rig things because it is so expressive. It looks so good. Genuinely, it's absolutely amazing. And obviously, I've seen lots of VTubers. I've seen lots of VTuber models of all different kinds, and your rigging it's one of a kind. It's very, very good.
Oh, thank you. It's so fun rigging models. Part of the reason that there's so much motion is just insanity. A little bit insane, but that's okay.
Miss says, sorry to bother us outside, Bob, but the ocean accent in the title is not working.
Oh, well, I
Says
can do that.
Mist. Let me pull up your stream because you might have spelled my name wrong.
Maybe. That's
Honey,
absolutely something that can happen,
Goblin.
so...
There you go. Let me check for you. Oh, I think it's because of the emote you put immediately after it. I
Oh,
think that's
that
the
would be
problem.
it. Yep. Let me fix
Ow,
that real quick.
Yadi, why? I just saw the little TV. It looks so good.
Yeah, I love it. You can get the little
Oh, I
arm
just saw
in
your
there
little.
too.
Oh, your little doodle. Do you want to send me that so I can share that on my screen too?
Yeah,
How did your
absolutely.
goblins?
I
It's
do.
very cute. It's very cute.
Thank you. Yeah, before streams, I usually make a little thumbnail for a video, and I
Oh,
was like,
it's
"What am
so
I?
cute.
What can I put up? Um.
Wow.
Let me just adjust it real quick.
Oh, there we go.
But yeah, I was curious. Oh shit. Because actually, probably a good thing to say is just like, how do you pronounce the shortened version of your name?
Oh, yeah, of course. So most people. Oh, sorry, hang on, the CTS.
No worries.
I will be doing a part 2 of the VTuber design review slug. We will be doing that probably tomorrow. Probably tomorrow we'll be doing part 2 of the VTuber design review. I will make a note of where I left off. And we'll get caught up. We were doing a VTuber design review before this. We've done a lot of stuff. We've had we've been live for 6 hours. Yeah, we will continue the design review. I apologize for the interruption. Yeah, so my name, full name Oceanax, or Oceanax. The shortened version is either Ocio or Ocio, whichever you prefer.
Okay.
I'm genuinely like, I consider both of them like proper pronunciations of my name. Is this an 18 plus stream? It is not. I don't believe Hunter's is either. Is it?
No, it's not. I don't usually have 18 plus streams unless
Yeah.
there's like heavy topics or anything like that.
Yeah. Oh, you can call me Umi as well if that's easier. You can call me Umi. UMI.
Oh, gotcha.
That's like yeah. That's basically like the little character you see, the little magical girl. Her name is Umi Mizuna. So some people call me Umi. It's like my secret name.
Yeah, it reminds me of like how Sailor Moon has like, I think her name is, oh my gosh, why am I blanking on her name? But she
Her name
has
is
her regular
Usagi.
Usagi, that's what it was.
Usagi Tsukino, and then she's Sailor Moon. I am Umi Mizuna, and as a magical girl, I am Shining Mermaid Aquanebula.
Ooh, shining.
Don't get me started on lore. I will talk for way too long. We have a lot of lore. We have a lot of lore.
We love lore here.
Oh, here we go. You sent me the thing.
Yeah, the little piece of art. But yeah, I love that VTubers generally can make their own lore and just make it as complex or as simple as they want. There's so much freedom, and like there's something really, really nice that I feel like gives people control and a sense of what they want to look like and be like when they can choose what their story is. It's very fun.
Yeah. Like, not really many people go as hard on lore as I have. Omega, thank you for subscribing to Honey. Not many people go as hard on lore as I have. Because like I do like lore stream. I usually do lore streams on Wednesdays. But we've got a subathon going on, and I had voice training to do today. I had the model review, and now this collab. So we might do that tomorrow.
Oh,
Mention the lore. It'll become a lore stream. Hi everyone.
But I meant to say, for those of you who don't know, who are probably in my chat but may not have been in Osu's chat before, Osu did like a full lore music video by herself. It's impressive. So highly recommend you guys go over to her.
I can show you right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll give everyone a second. Listen, open up both streams. I have Honey open. Look, I can send this message. Hello, and it'll say it's me sending it from your chat. There we go. Hi, Alpine. Welcome in. How are you? open both of our streams and you get to see cool, unique stuff that each of us have. I'll show you my
Yeah.
little intro video. Oh, I think that's
Absolutely.
time. I think that's time for
Okay.
everyone to come over. You'll see like a little corner of it on my little TV, so you'll be able to see the full version of it if you go over to my stream with the music too.
Mhm.
So please enjoy
That's
the
very
Ocean X Season 2 anime intro video. Here we go.
Let's go.
And now it's exclusive Osher time on Connie's stream, so even more reason to have
Mhm.
both open.
Oh, I love seeing your work on this. It's so
Thank you.
good.
I'm so proud of it. I definitely like. I mean, I've never really thought about the idea of like as an artist having like a magnum opus, but this is definitely
Oh
like
yeah.
my magnum opus so far. You know what I mean? This is definitely the best like singular thing. Although it's a part of my stream, so like I don't. It's
Mhm.
really hard to like as a VTuber. It's hard to say like where something ends. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
because my whole stream I consider like a big sort of art piece in some way. Especially because I have plans to make my stream even more retro. I don't know if you've seen some of the stuff that I've been posting recently. But I'm gonna be like I'm updating like my art style. I'm updating the way my stream looks. I'm planning to do new overlays and like my modeling and stuff like that and make it like
Mhm.
actually look super retro. So that'll be cool.
S- I guess I'll ask this once they've finished watching, but I'll say
Sure.
it now so we remember. But like, what makes something retro is a very fascinating topic to me.
Yeah.
Hmm.
We can have a multiple magnum opus as a treat. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's a very fun thing with art.
Welcome
Is like,
back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the intro video. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was
no,
just
no
finishing the
worries.
intro.
That's okay because of the stream delay as well as like we have different things going on in different streams.
Mm,
There might be moments of
yeah.
that, and that is absolutely okay.
Yeah,
But
I hope
yeah.
you liked the little intro. I made that myself. Everything apart from the music was made by me. The music was made by the
So
lovely
good.
Rosuo.
It's so good. It's so
Thank you.
good.
Thank you.
But yeah, we were
What
talking
were you saying?
about
Sorry.
oh, it was just like I was about to say the cool thing about magnum opuses, especially when you're an artist, is like you'll
Mm,
do it and then you'll be like, I can do another one. I can get another one out of there.
yeah. Like, I'm already thinking about like, okay, so what am I gonna do to one up this?
Yeah.
Like I would, Kazi with the raid, welcome in. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for stopping by. How was your stream? Hello. Raiders, if you're here for the first time, I am Oceanix. I am a retro animated magical girl VTuber. I stream out every single day, and today I'm streaming with the very lovely Honey Goblin.
Hello. I hope y'all are doing
That's
well. I
Honey.
hope you had fun. But yeah.
Finally want to get electro. Oh my gosh, congrats. That's so cool. Oh, Honey, did you? Oh, I never gifted you Electro. I don't think.
Oh, that's okay.
Did
Don't
you accept my
worry.
Steam invite?
I think I
Hang on,
may
let me
have.
check.
That might
Hang
be
on.
on me, but I
I will
have.
literally gift you Balatro right now. I'm
Don't
not
run away,
kidding.
buddy.
I will do it. Honey was listen, I can't when was it? It was like a week or two ago.
I think it was
And
like
Honey was like, oh Balatro looks cool. And I was like, honey, I'm
mhm.
going to gift you Balatro. Hang on,
So
let me
it's
see.
quite funny. I don't know how to play poker, or I didn't know how to play poker. And so I was talking to one of my friends and I was like, do you need to know poker to play Balatro? And they were like, yeah, you kind of do, but they also kind of explain it. And I
Mm,
was like, okay. And so I played poker with my friend who was explaining to me the different types of hands and like
mm,
the difference between Texas Hold'em and what Balatro does, I guess.
mm.
And I played it and I was like, this is kind of boring. And so it was like just playing with the cards, it was kind of boring. And I guess the fun part is lying and bluffing to your, I guess, players.
Yeah.
But then I played a round of Balatro on their computer and I was like, "Oh, wait a minute. This is actually very interesting. Oh no, this
Mm.
is
Balatro's
fun."
very fun.
Hmm. It's very like I do want to stream it now that I'm back to my regular schedule. I'm like, perhaps
Yeah.
we'll be bad and play a little Balatro because we've been good and it's got to balance out.
Ooh. Uh, Also, Sparky said, "No way, is that the Honey Goblin? You're seen clips of her years ago. Never thought you'd see her do a collab with me." Honestly, same. I was talking about this with
Oh, yeah.
Honey. I think it was on your stream.
I think so, yeah.
Way before I started VTubing. Um, I um, I had seen I had seen hang on, why is this not working? There we go. I had seen like I was mostly familiar with like big VTubers. Also, yeah, that's a good idea, Miss. Could you pause the TTS? Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
I'd mostly seen big VTubers, but I had seen a couple of other like not like not like super big like Hololive and stuff, but like bigger indie ones. Like I remember seeing Joel Porcelain Maid. And I also remember seeing you, Honey Goblin. I was like, whoa, VTubers can be goblins too. That's so cool. And then like literally years later, Metal. I only asked my mods to pause my TTS because that one was talking over us. Hang on. Let me do a thing really quickly.
No
How to
worries.
goblin.
I
How to
remember while
goblin.
you're looking, I'll actually explain how I first found you,
Oh,
actually.
oh, V. Whoa, a little
Yeah.
V. What?
While I was looking, so I used captions for my stream because
Mm,
accessibility is good, and it's nice to have be able to toggle them on and off on Twitch.
mm,
And because something happened where I had to implement it again, and I was looking up tutorials with my friend Gabi,
mm.
and Gavi showed me your tutorial, which is very easy to follow and
Why?
comprehensive, and how it could be broken down. And I was like, this is
Why?
really
Thank you.
cool. It's extremely you explained it very well, and the fact that you can make it live on stream in such a retro
Mm,
way was incredibly fascinating. And then we got to see
mm.
your model and how it was set up, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is absolutely
Hee
like an animated model. Mine is a different
hee.
kind of animated, which is it feels
Mm.
more tracking, but yours feels animated, and
Yeah,
it's
like
so cool.
that that was the idea behind my model. Like the
Mhm.
whole reason that I started VTubing and that I made this model. Bittles, speaking of cartoon VTubers, Bittles is a rubber hose VTuber. Hi Bittles, how are you? It's lovely to see you. Thank you for the stream. What were you up to? I'm climbing with the lovely honey goblin right now. Um yeah, the reason I started VTubing and everything was because I'd seen like, like clips on like YouTube of
Mhm.
like animated VTuber clips. I was watching one of those, and I was just like, just the way that they'd animated the VTuber, as like a because it was like an animated thing, like Game Grumps animated or something,
Mhm.
right? Like, and I was like, wait, they're animating this like an anime, like a cartoon or something, right?
Yeah.
Not like a VTuber. That's animated in a different way. And I kind of just realized I had this thought. I was like, wait, why has no one um tried to make a VTuber that is animated like an anime?
Mhm.
And I was like, well, I guess I'll do it. And here I am. um,
Give it a
I'm really
shot.
happy that yeah. I was like, maybe I can do it. And I'm really happy that I did because it led to a lot of things, such as this collab with Honey Goblin. Wow. But yeah.
Mhm. I love
Um,
seeing the creativity that can come out of
Thank
the
you.
VTuber space. I think the one that's another mind-blowing one is I think Alpine Picture Show with their stop motion.
Alpine Showtime. Yeah, Alpine was in the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, Alpine's so cool. Let me shout out Alpine. Alpine is so freaking cool. Alpine actually. So hang on. Let me show you all. Let me show you all something. Did you see Alpine's test for a like live 2D the claymation thing with the
I
looking directions?
I've seen their like they have this video showing which direction they're looking at with the
Mm,
cubes. And that is the most
yeah.
I've seen, and I'm like, I have no idea. I don't understand this. It's extremely cool. I don't get it. some people just have the insane smarts to do that.
Oh yeah, Alpine is very cool. I saw that and I literally, I was in Alpine's DMs and I was like, "Hi Alpine, can you tell me more about this? Because I want to use this." So I'd quite like to in the future. The main problem is figuring out how to cram the rest of my model into that.
Yeah.
Because my model works in a very strange way. Also, hi, Yomi. Hi. Oh my gosh, how are you, Yomi? The rest of my model works in a very, non-Live 2D way, right? But if I can somehow get it working in Live 2D, then I could have a function. What I was kind of thinking was that, like, at the moment, I have some idle poses that I switch between. What I was thinking, I could I could do like a version of my idle poses that is Live 2D tracking, but like the way that I need to find the thing. Hold on. Hold on. Alpine Showtime. There you are. Where is the post showing this off? Here it is. Here it is. Okay. So Alpine has this insane. Sorry, that was very loud. Alpine has this insane setup over here. Well, let me make it smaller so you can actually see. Alpine has this insane setup. Let me do this. There we go. Where you can see, so this is set up in Live 2D. But if I just play this.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was Live 2D or OBS.
Yeah, no, it's set up in Live 2D. So you can see, like, basically, like, each of these squares is a state.
Yeah.
It's like a section that it'll, like, as long as it detects the looking movement within that area, it'll stay on like a certain pose, right? And then when it goes to the next one, it's like slightly turn, like it's all increments of like turn to the left and right.
Yeah.
And then there's other stuff like different expressions and like the talking, obviously, where like when you start talking, it's like switches. It's very cool. It's very, very cool. Yeah, I saw that and I jumped in Alpine's DMs and was like, "Hey, I want to be able to set this up." And Alpine actually hit me up with the Alpine actually sent me the like tracking rig, the like cube setup, which I tested in OBS and it works. It's very cool. In Live 2D, sorry. It's very cool. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Alpine you smell a game change.
Alpine has been pretty like cutting edge in terms of like new stuff and experimentation. So I like to see what they're up to, and it's very, very cool. Gives me ideas because even though I may not be able to implement them, it's like, oh, but could I? Could I try? And sometimes the answer is no, but that's okay.
Like a good thing, like you love your voice. Thank you. That's very sweet of you. I actually literally like just before our collab. So between 6 and 7 my time, it's currently 8:44 my time, so nearly 2 hours ago now. I was having a voice training session. And it was my second session with that teacher.
Oh,
Sultan, who came on my stream, and she sang on my stream. It was really cool. Soul's still here. Hi, Soul. That's my voice training teacher. Hold on. So Soul is a trans girl like me. And Soul's voice is so like, okay, like a lot of people have been complimenting my voice recently and saying that I sound very good and saying that I sound very femme and it's very kind and I really appreciate it. But if you hear Soul's voice, you would not think for a microsecond that she is a trans girl. She sounds entirely, like completely like a cis girl. It is incredible. So I'm very honored to receive voice training from someone so talented. Don't want you back in there. I'm in the middle with the collab with Honey, so only if Honey's comfortable with that.
Maybe after we start.
But I think. Pardon?
I just want to. We have goblins to draw afterwards, but like perhaps afterwards if they want to.
Yeah,
we have some time.
Yeah, I was gonna say we've already been yapping for like 45 minutes without doing any art.
It's very easy to yap away.
I don't mind just yapping. But yeah, today you learned Soul was trans. Yeah, right. Like, okay, Soul was streaming for 4 years and wasn't like presenting as trans. Like, was just presenting as like a cis girl, and no one knew. No one
Ah.
like suspected anything. Like,
Hmm.
because she just sounds so good. But yeah,
That's
sorry, we're getting
impressive.
very distracted.
Easy to get distracted when you're having fun. It's a
Yeah,
lovely time.
I'm having so much fun yapping with you, honey.
Mhm.
We do have art to do though. Should we talk about art to try and get on
Yeah.
topic?
We could absolutely start art and then we can yap away while we do it.
Good
There's
point.
nothing wrong with that.
Good
But yeah.
point.
But yeah, we're gonna
Um,
do goblins today. Have you ever I
mm,
remember you had a collab with
yes,
Vandalbro,
I
I
did.
think
I'll
like a
show
couple
you.
months ago, and you learned sort
Mm,
of short stack drawing.
yes.
Yeah.
So that was like let me find that. Hold on. Where did I put that? There we go. Here we go. So this is what I drew. Looking at this, I would already make changes to this, to be honest. This is like very sort of chibi, I guess. Um, I've also moved on to a much
Chibi.
thinner line art style since
Oh
then.
yeah.
Um,
It
but
looks very
like mostly what
cute.
I was looking at was like playing with the proportions more. Because I usually just draw anime girls in anime girl proportions. Whereas goblins typically, have quite different proportions. Which is like it like sounds easy to tackle. But
Mhm.
like figuring out how to make things like not look weird is
Yeah.
um it's harder than you think.
Yeah.
It's harder than I
It's
realized.
it's tricky because it's somewhere in between chibi and
Mm,
short. And
your
it's
rule of thumb is big heads, big hands, big feet. Yeah.
mhm. That's a pretty good one, especially for like Yordles. Very,
Mm,
very good. Good for goblins too. You'll find that there's quite a lot of overlap between Yordles and goblins. It is
yeah. I
very
I
fun to
consider this
draw.
like a second lesson. Cult of many. Hello, welcome in.
Hello, Minnie. But
Um,
yeah,
Sorry to
like
everyone I can't say hi to, by the way. I do see you in chat. I'm just yapping with honey.
yeah, I apologize to those of you
Mm.
who are potentially trying to send a message and I'm like I'm so excited for art that it's all in my brain
Yeah.
to figure out.
I want to say hi to everyone, but it'll take too long. Um,
Mhm.
but yeah. So I don't know if you've thought about like. Honey was pretty excited when I approached Honey for a collab. I had a few ideas. But Honey was quite interested in the teach Osha how to draw goblins idea. So I don't
Mhm.
know if you have any ideas of like how you do that.
Yeah, I can absolutely show you how to break down the shapes and the
Yeah. Okay.
proportions. Like for
Okay.
the art that I have on screen right now is my most recent kind of like
Mm,
goblin-esque proportions because the main
yeah.
problem that I run into, I guess for doing goblin art is I want to make sure that they read as adult and not child.
Mm.
That is
I
a
that's a good yes.
yeah, that is a hard one and takes a lot of practice. So if your goblins end up looking
Mm.
really chibi or really, really baby-esque, that is okay. It's part of learning how to proportion them. So
Yeah.
with the violin playing pose is probably my favorite one, because
Yeah.
it's a
I
full
was gonna
body.
say
You
as
can
well,
see
yeah.
it. It's a
It's
full
very
body.
like it reminds me of I wonder if you took inspiration from the same thing that I'm thinking of. Um it reminds me of Scanlan in Critical Role.
Yeah.
Um from the animated series.
Hmm. So
Because the way Scanlan is drawn is Scanlan's like a halfling, or no, one of the two.
I think yeah, he's a halfling bard, I'm
Halfling,
pretty
yeah,
sure.
halfling, yeah. Um, so Scanlan's a lot shorter than the others, but still very much
Mhm.
reads an adult.
Yeah.
And Legend of Vox Machina is a great example. Yeah,
Mhm.
like Oh, Scanlan is a gnome.
Oh no,
Sorry.
my bad.
Yeah. I knew it was one of them. I knew I'd gotten confused before, but I couldn't remember which one I thought it was and then was corrected to. I got it wrong, I guess. Like,
But yeah,
I don't know what about this pose it is, but it reminds me of Scanlan. It might be the
Mhm.
instrument, but there's the instrument in this one too.
Yeah,
all of
it
them.
could be
In all of
the bard-esque playing of it.
Mm.
There's I love characters and instruments because it gives them an activity to do, which strengthens the pose,
Yeah.
and it's very fun.
Mm.
And Scanlan is a great example of like, yeah, he and Pike are short, but they do read
Oh,
as
Pike too, yeah.
adults. Yeah, because they're about the same height. And I think
Yeah.
part of what helps with it is the fact that they are not adult-sized bodies just like control T down. They are
Mm.
proportionate to their head, and their heads are very adult. I think
Yeah.
that really helps.
Yeah.
But like with this pose for the violin, you can see the proportions of like the head is almost as big as the torso itself, and you could even argue it's almost as big as the thighs. But because of the way the
Yeah.
face is drawn and the body is adult, it helps to read
Yeah.
as adult. Now, typically I draw myself with like not as short stacky proportions because I'm not as thick.
Mm.
I'm a little skinnier.
No, I mean that works for me because I my VTuber model as well is quite different from the typical super busty, VTuber Live 2D anime models that you usually see with like female presenting VTubers. So I am 100% down to draw less short, stacky, more honey cell goblins.
Sure, yeah.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have wanted to do this, obviously.
Exactly. So I guess I'll start going down to drawing a breakdown and kind of explaining how the
Okay.
anatomy works and how you can kind of implement it how you want.
Yeah.
The kind of hard part
gonna-
with art.
I'm going to do a
also,
study of yours while you talk.
absolutely, go for it. I was about to say if you need me to stream it on Discord as well to you, I can absolutely do that. But if not, that is absolutely okay.
I'll just watch your stream on a delay.
Sure. But
There
yeah,
we go.
for short stacks, they are sometimes like this proportion. Like my brain is drawing Midna basically.
That's a good example. Will this be on the test? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's pass fail. So for short stacks, they're very exaggerated. You can kind of see like the hands can be small. You can also make the hands nice and big. It is totally up to you. I'm just trying to draw, I guess, Yordle, like Bandelbros, kind of like this. And I love this style of drawing because they're so exaggerated that they feel fun, and you don't have to worry as much about whether it looks anatomically human. It just has to look anatomically correct.
It's like chibis. They're just sort of cellular creatures that you can mess around with.
Exactly. Sometimes they have small feet, sometimes they have bigger ones. You can vary the chest or hip size as much as you want. But even the eyes are like chibi-esque.
Yeah.
There we go. Just positioning it on my stream so people can see clearer. Because yeah, we can absolutely draw. Chad, how fun would it be to draw OCO as a goblin? How fun!
Whoa! What if I I was going to say, what if I de-goblined honey, but you've already done that.
I have done that, yeah. I was curious. I was like, what would I look like without my goblin-esque features? And it's like, not too different. Partially because the hair is still the same and the color of the eyes and all that is still the same.
Yeah. I mean, that's the sign of a good design, right? Where even if you make major changes to the core concept of the design, if you remove the goblin from Honey Goblin, and it still looks like Honey Goblin, that means that you've done a great job with the design, you know?
Yeah. So I went to art school and we took a design class, and a lot of it boils down to, this is advice that is really good for VTubers and character design in general.
Mm.
If your character's silhouette is recognizable,
Yeah.
then you've done a great job. It will be
Yeah.
recognizable even if you change the colors or the pose, it will stand out.
That's why when I was designing mine, even though when I made my model, I was very much learning to draw because actually, I don't know if you know this, honey. You know the number in my stream title where it says episode 961. Do you know what that
Yeah.
means?
I kind of assumed that was the number of streams you've done. I
Mm.
don't know if that's
It's,
correct, but
it's the number of streams I've done doing art in a row since I
oh.
started doing art and streaming for the first time of both of those things.
Oh my gosh, that's a lot. That's
I was not an
great.
I was not an artist beforehand. um, so when I made my model, which I made like a month into doing it, less 2 weeks I think into doing it, I was much less of an artist. But I think I did a pretty good job designing me, considering how early on I was.
I
I
would
was especially eager to um, I like the way that I did my hair specifically. I do want to update my hair now, just to make it look a bit more like hair because I feel like it looks a bit stabby, like big spikes that you can stab someone with. But like my side tail, I really wanted like a unique hairstyle because of like you said, the silhouette thing. Like I wanted to be
Mhm.
recognizable just at a glance because of how my upper body, not even my lower body, just the upper body, because that's what you'll see with a VTuber.
Yeah.
So that was definitely like a big priority of mine when I was making my design.
Yeah, that's a really good thing to prioritize. I was like, when you
Mm.
said, "Oh, I wasn't really an artist," I'm like, "You've been an artist the whole time." What do you mean?
Well, no, wait, but I wasn't an artist beforehand. Like I didn't really draw at all.
Oh,
Like before,
really?
before I no, before I started streaming, the only art I'd done was 6 years before I started streaming. I spent 2 months trying to learn how to draw, and that was it. That was the only time I'd ever in my entire life actually sat down and been like, I'm going to try and learn how to draw. I did it for 2 months, then I stopped. Didn't do anything for like 6 years, and then was like, I want to be a VTuber, but I don't have the money to make a model, so I'm going to do it myself.
That's insane. So you've been doing over 900
Mm,
art streams to kind of teach
mhm.
yourself art.
Yeah, that was the idea. It was like I I basically on my first stream ever, someone was like, "Why don't you try doing it yourself?" And I was like, "Sure." So I did some art on stream, and I was like, "Doing art on stream is really making it easier to do art because I can't like not do it because I've put this time aside specifically to stream and do art, and I can't just stop the stream because I'm very like into schedules." Um,
Mm.
so yeah, it makes it a lot easier to just do it on stream. It makes it a lot easier to focus because it's like, okay, this is my time to do art. Um, and it worked, I guess. I'll show you before and after if you want.
Absolutely. If you got that, I would love to see it.
Mhm. I have the first drawing I did, which was this. I'll put on this one, which is this here. This is the first I did. I didn't know how to draw
Oh,
bodies. I just started with headshots. Um, and I will show you my most recent finished art.
that's so cute.
While I get ready by Shinobu. Hi, Shinobu. My most recent finished art is hold on, there it is. That art. It's not like terrible, but like I mean, if I show you some of the other ones, like you'll see that my grasp of like how to draw faces is very unstable. Like this one looks pretty okay. But if I were to show you like I don't know, this is a really horrible example. This one looks so
Don't
bad.
worry about it.
This is drawing number 9. So on the 9th day. It's Sailor Moon, but I don't know how to draw the proportions of the head, so her head is really weird.
Oh, but you've
um,
nailed the design, so like it's recognizable as Sailor Moon, and honestly, not far
it is
off.
recognizable. She just is Megamind. Um,
She got big thoughts.
yeah. This is my most recent piece of art.
That's That is good.
So yeah. Turns out that if you draw every day, you get better at doing drawing.
Who would have guessed? Who would have thought? But it is
Who would have thought?
insanely beautiful. I love the color palettes.
Thank you. I'm very proud of this. I mentioned earlier making my stuff more retro. This is the first full drawing that I've done in like a more retro style than I've done in the past. So like the to show you what I mean. So I'm just kind of showing for my art right now, but you'll see
That's
what I mean.
okay.
Let me show you the piece of art that I did. Excuse me. Just before that. So I drew the fairy. And the one before that looked like this. Which I was still trying to make look retro, but if you see them in a side by side, you'll kind of get what I mean. There we go. So both of these, like, I'm trying to make look retro. This one has like chromatic aberration. It's got like these scan lines and stuff like that. It's good art. But if you put them side by side, one of them is like a lot more retro. Like one of them actually looks like this one actually looks like it's a screenshot from like an anime, and this one's like it doesn't really look like that. It looks like I'm trying to do that, but it doesn't actually look like that. So like I'm working on like there's a lot of things that I'm working on updating. Like that I quite recently since like doing this. Like having thinner line art is something I'm working on because like you can see the line art is a lot thicker here. But on the fairy one, it's a lot more thin, which is a lot more anime. I'm working on like the face shapes. Like this is a lot more kind of modern anime face shape. Whereas I'm working to try and go back to sort of like a retro anime with a lot more of a pronounced cheek, and stuff like that. The actual shading that I do. I was doing a lot of stuff with like gradients here. You can see like this part is a lot darker than up here. I'm trying to stop doing that because it's not very retro anime, even though it looks good. I really like doing it. It's really fun. But I'm trying to stop doing it in order to pursue this retro anime style. And then also I changed the filters that I used. Like I sorted out like a completely different set of like filters to like modify the look of the art to make it look more retro. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry
think
for
it
you having
looks
me
very
off,
beautiful and
Rages.
soft. Oh, that's okay. I brought up like I was looking at my old art going like, man, I wonder if my art looks very different because I was thinking about you've been drawing so much. And my art
It probably
definitely
does.
does look different.
The thing is, you don't really realize as you're going. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like when I look back at like these, I'm like, what do you mean I used to draw like this? Huh? What do you mean I didn't used to even know how to draw bodies? What do you mean? Like you don't really realize it. Like you're just like, no, I always drew like this. This is what all of my art has always looked like, but that's not true. It's just not true. Like your art is always changing. Even if you're not trying to make it change, it will change as you see other art and take in art that you like and implement techniques that you see and yeah. So I'm sure your
Absolutely.
art has changed too.
Yeah, I think it's hard to tell sometimes because my art style, depending on what I need the art for, changes. Like I brought
Mm,
it up on my stream where it's like I took a little simplified drawing of myself and put it next to how I would regularly proportion myself now. And the difference
mm,
is very obvious between like short stack,
yeah.
my current art, and then my simplified versions of myself.
Oh
Because
yeah.
I was like, well, if I make them all the same height, you can see how you can kind of play with the proportions in
Mm,
so many different ways. Like it
mm,
is extremely fun because their goblins are very flexible in terms of design.
mm.
Generally, like if I wanted to, I could also show you how to draw an absolute gremlin.
Yes, please.
Those
Whoa.
are fun to draw. But
Yes,
yeah, like you can even see
please.
how I would draw short stacks versus how I would draw my regularly proportioned goblins, where
Mm,
they're almost cartoonified a little bit, but they're not as exaggerated proportions as like yordles or short stacks say.
Yeah.
But if I were to draw an absolute freak, let's go.
I love drawing little freaks.
I love little freaks.
Oh, one of my so in the subathon that I'm doing right now, every 50 gifted subs, I spin a punishment wheel. And one
Ooh.
of the punishments is that I have to draw a cursed doodle. So I've drawn my fair share of freaks. Here, I'll show you them. There they are. I drew desiccated Darren and sloppy Steve. Little creatures. I also did this left-handed girl show drawing.
That's good.
Yeah, I like drawing little creatures. It can be fun to just sort of go all out, if that makes any sense, and just be like, yeah, I'm just going to draw something that looks horrible, and it's going to be great.
It's fun. I think one of my old friends, who was a classmate of mine, gave me one of the weirdest and best bits of advice as an artist. And it was, you can draw the most depraved, evil, messed up, or even just like weird out there thing you want. You can just do that. You don't have to show it to anyone, but you can just do that. You have that power as an artist. And sometimes it's good to indulge and do that. And I'm like, I mean, I guess you are correct. You can absolutely do that. And it sort of opened my mind to the possibilities of like, you can kind of just make anything. There's no actual rules or limitations.
That's like, I feel like this is something like when you're like learning art, like growing up in school, in like high school or something, I feel like this is something that really sort of, at least when I was growing up, like it really could have done with like being talked about, is that like, instead of like, oh, today in art class we're drawing another life drawing of this apple, like the encouragement of like, what do you want to make real? What do you want to like have be a thing that exists that you can see and is on paper, or is digital or whatever? What do you want to express yourself with? It's really freeing. Like I realizing like before I started drawing, I would commission artists for various things. Mostly like characters, like role play characters, I guess. And after learning art for a while, it was mostly like midway through last year and this year, I kind of just got that realization of like, I can just draw whatever I want. Like I can just like, not that I didn't know that I can draw whatever I want, but more like I've practiced art now enough that like I feel confident that like if I want to see something, I can just draw it. I don't feel like my art skills are like lacking. I have practiced in order to gain this skill, to be able to put silly things on paper, and I can just put those on paper. Like if I, if I want my D&D character drawn, I can just draw them, which is this, by the way. This is my new D&D character. She's really cool.
Oh, that is very cool.
Thank you. It's nice. It's cool.
I think I like, yeah, since I've been drawing since I was a kid, so I just put whatever I see into paper. And even then, as a kid, I was afraid to do that because I lived with a whole bunch of siblings and family. So I was like, what if one of them finds my sketchbook?
Yeah.
So I could never really draw fully freely. And in some ways, I sometimes wonder, I'm like, did that ever hinder me as an artist? Did that stop me from growing to my full potential? And the realistic answer is probably not. You're fine.
Yeah.
But living by myself as an adult, I'm like, I have more freedom and I'm able to explore more of what I want to draw. And I learned that, especially talking to friends, that like there really are no rules and you can draw whatever you want. So drawing your own OCs and doing that yourself, there's a
Yeah.
lot of wonderful control and precision or lack thereof of what you draw on paper and what's in your mind.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
Definitely the lack thereof.
it's it's very impressive that you've drawn so much, and I can see your improvement as you're drawing. Like even how you're breaking
Thank
down my
you.
drawing is pretty much what I tell people who want to start doing art to do, where it's like literally
Oh yeah.
tracing and then breaking it down into shapes is a
Mm, I,
wonderful
I
way.
I skipped the tracing step. I'm just going straight to studying it and trying to recreate it. But
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
yeah, this is I say the same thing. Like when I want to, I actually did this recently. To do the in order to make this fairy drawing here, in order to try and update my art style, what I did is I did a art style study, which I hadn't done in a little bit. But I did an art style study of like a retro anime. Um, where is it? Here it is. Here it is. So I studied, actually, I wonder if you can tell which one is the study and which one is mine.
Ooh.
um, they look different, but they both, I've had about a 60% correct guess rate. About 60% of
Hmm.
people guess correctly which one is mine. And the other 40% think that the wrong one is mine.
It's
Which made
interesting
me
because
pretty confident in like, wow, I guess I'm pretty good at making stuff look retro.
yeah, both of these, because my brain says that like it could be the left one because I've seen how you draw eyes and the proportions of your
Mm,
face are kind of similar to this, but your
mm,
colors are so much more bright and drastic that I'm inclined to say like the right one.
mm.
So it's very
Right's
neat.
yours? Well, right is yours? Oh, well, actually, the left one is mine, the right one is the original. That's what I'm saying. Like the fact that even though they look different, the fact that people
Mhm.
can't tell, like, after doing this study. And I did this study by well, from multiple steps. I first traced there we go. I first did this like I mostly did this trace of the there we go. I did this trace of like the face specifically because the
Hmm.
face is like the part that sort of stood out to me as like um I want to make sure the face looks like this, right? So I
Yeah.
started by doing this. I traced it. I drew my construction lines over it as if I were drawing myself. To be like, okay, this is like how I would construct it. Like, you know, I would draw my circle here. I would draw a line through it. I draw a line down the middle, in order to figure out like the proportions of it. And then I did the same over here. I believe I actually erased the construction lines. Did I actually? Oh, I didn't. I erased some of them. Um, but you can see like from a sketch, I sort of like, I've moved some stuff around, like I moved the mouth around a little bit, but like
I like how you've
even now,
drawn with
like
different colors.
pardon?
Sorry, I meant to say, I love how you've drawn and broken it down with different colors. You can see where
Yeah,
the thought process was.
that's how my sketches work. When I sketch stuff, so I sketch body like, I sketch the body in like blue. I sketch the hair in pink. I sketch clothes in green. I sketch accessories in orange. And anything else like wings or whatever, like in purple. Um,
Mm.
and I do this because I'll actually show you. I can show you why I do this. Let me show you by going over to the D&D picture. If I get the sketch of this. Um, so here's my sketch of the D&D one. And you can see with different colors, you can see like where everything is. You can see like the body, you can see like the clothes, you can see the head, you can see the spear. Watch now when I make it all the same color. And you will see there is a big difference in how it looks.
Yeah.
What is
Yeah.
going on? It's just a bit of a mess.
Hmm.
You can't really see what is happening. Like you can see like, okay, you can see the wings, you can see some hair, you can't tell at all what is happening on the stomach. It's just a mess of lines. You can't really tell what's going on with the hair and the horns here. Like, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like, as soon as you get to like details, having everything be the same color makes it fall apart. But if you just do different parts in different colors, it makes it so much easier to just understand your own sketch. So I highly recommend that people do that too.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. But yeah, so I've drawn, I think, 4 pretty different types of goblin body
Oh,
types.
yes.
Let me scooch some of them over, actually. Some of them are off the page.
Le
we go.
freak.
Le freak.
Le freak.
Oh, yes, there are ads about to start.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
forgot
yeah.
about
I
that.
see the yeah. The scanlan's a lot thicker, huh?
I
Mm.
forgot that I have ads are they're gonna start, so I guess we'll wait until the ads play. So we have about 3 minutes
Oh, I
until
did. Let me know when the ads start, and I'll start mine as well, so we can sync them.
gotcha. I think yes, they should be starting in about 10 seconds ish.
Okay.
So,
I'll start them at the same time. Do you need to take a break during the ads?
I don't need to. It's typically where I stretch and drink water.
Gotcha. Well, I will do the same.
Yeah.
I usually do I usually do squat breaks. When I have ads, I use the
Oh.
moment to exercise. So I do squats. I've been doing side leg lift.
Oh, nice. Would you like to do that right now? Because we could do it together if you want to.
Um, if you want to, we could. Do you want to do squats with me?
I could do my best to do squats. I've tried doing
Okay.
squats for the duration of ads, and my thighs are
Okay.
sore afterwards. But it's very fun, so like, we could
Yeah,
try.
let's give it a try. Have you ads started?
Yes, the ads just
Okay.
started.
3-minute ads on my end as well, and I'm playing.
Yep.
Let's do some squats together. I might sound a little bit distant from my mic.
That's okay. I'm
but
also
it's fine.
standing up, distant from my.
How do you VHS tape coloring? It's a bunch of filters. I can't really explain right now, but it's a bunch of filters basically. The best way. Okay, let's do some squats. I usually hold them for 10 seconds. You don't have
Oh,
to, so
okay.
I'm
We'll
gonna,
do
I'm gonna
that
do a
then.
bunch of counts. Squat time. Let's do this.
All right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Going to the gym? Me too.
Let's go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Holding them for 10 seconds might be hard if you're not used to it.
It's pretty good, actually. Yeah.
You're going too fast. No, each number isn't a squat. I'm holding each squat for 10 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
I'm holding each squat for 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. A goblin drawing goblins. Is this the nexus of the universe? Whoa.
Who would have thought?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
All right. You do this all the time?
Yeah.
Woo.
1,
Nice.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You don't have to do it if you don't want
gosh.
to.
This is pretty good.
1,
I like
2,
this.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'll sometimes switch to side lunges while I'm doing it.
Oh yeah.
That's easier. I don't know if you know how to do side.
I don't.
It's sort of like a squat with one leg. Like you if you put your legs like wideish apart, and then lower yourself down onto one leg as if you're squatting with just that leg.
Oh, okay, I see.
And it's like a squat, but it's only. And it's a bit more focused on the side of it. I'll do a couple of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'll do one more on the other leg.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, the ads are about to end, so I'm going to stop there.
Nice. Thank you, Meta and Johnny.
I'm giving honey a workout, chat. Honestly, though, I found that doing exercise during ads is kind of a good way to spend ad breaks. If I don't need like the loo or something, because it's like I don't know if you the series V where it's like I can't be bothered to do exercise, it's effort. But doing it on stream means that like, well, I'm streaming anyway. Like it's ad break, like. Might as well
Yeah.
do something during the time. I don't want to do something that like makes people feel like they're left out. So
Exactly.
yeah. Honey giving Osho an artistic workout, and Osho's giving Honey a physical workout. Yeah.
Yep. Oh,
Okay.
it's good. I think that's smart holding it for 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Makes it a little harder.
It can be hard. 10 seconds is quite a while. It can be easier to start with like 5 seconds.
But yeah, like that's a very good idea to be doing it. I did it. I did squats on break for a little bit. I think I tried to just squat through 3 minutes. And it's difficult. It's very tricky.
Yeah. I usually end up doing it only for about actually 2 minutes because like it takes about 30 seconds after like I notice the ads start and then I'm like, okay, I've got to get out of my chair and tell everyone that I'm doing squats, and then I start actually doing the squats, and then I stop usually about 20, 30 seconds before they end so that I can get back in my chair ready to say hi to everyone. So
yeah.
Yeah.
It was good. But yeah, figured welcome back
I can't
to the
remember what we're
ads.
talking about now, but
yeah, no worries. We were just going to talk about.
You were talking about your different goblin body types.
Yeah, the different types here.
Mm.
I drew a variety, and you can make them plus size or even thinner if you'd like.
Yeah.
I kind of tried to draw just like the skeletons for the most part. So we
yeah,
have the...
you sketch in a very similar way to me. I tend to do sort of what I call advanced stickman. So I tend to do like lines for the limbs with like circles for the joints. But like, I'm gonna finish up this little study. I'm just gonna study your pose. I'm not gonna do the clothing. I'm gonna finish up the study of your pose, and then we could I mean, I could choose one and try and draw it. We could choose a pose and both try and do it or something.
Yeah,
maybe?
if you'd like. I was gonna draw a little short stack OCO and allow you to choose which kind you were thinking of.
Oh my gosh. Well, I like honey style goblin, so I will choose honey style.
Yeah, I'll just do a little breakdown while you're still studying that, so like I can explain how the proportions might be different. But yeah, so Chad, in case y'all do not know, short stacks are a bit more round, typically have much smaller rib cages and larger hips and big heads. They can have bigger hands, kind of like Le Freak here.
Le Freak.
Le Freak. But
that's a very I was so before we started this collab, I was hanging out with one of my friends, Scortzilla, who is best way to explain what he is, he's Metal Sonic, but like a gremlin goblin creature.
Ooh.
Your little freak is very Scorch style goblin. And I would love to learn how to draw that kind of creature as well. Yeah. Just so I can draw Scorch in that style.
These ones are fun. Typically when people for this particular style, when they think of goblin, I think this is one of the more common ones. They usually make them more like hunched over and aggressive.
It's kind of it's like the it's like the scale that you've got here is like, think of the head pats. On the left, the leftmost one, that's the short stack one. That's like the, I don't know, the cute, sexy goblin that people usually see. Cute, sexy female goblin. Then you've got Honey, which is cute goblin, but minus the short stack part. Then you've got like how people often draw male goblins is probably what I describe it as. Like that's often what is done for like, you know what I mean? Even like the same artist will often do that. It's quite common, I feel like.
Yeah, there's...
yeah, and then Ryder's like goblin but civilized. I don't know.
Mhm.
Goblin, but a player character in D&D.
Yeah, this is a bit more like Vox Machina,
Mm,
gnome or halfling sort of
yeah.
style, where they're kind of square and boxy looking, but they
Mm,
have a big sort of human-sized head.
yeah.
So it's very neat. But yeah, I have noticed with like goblins and whether they're masculine or feminine is just like they tend to get softened when
Yeah.
they're feminine, and then they get sort of more angular when they're more
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
masculine. Yeah, and I love seeing both. Both are good. To me, it's kind of sad when people are like, "Oh, no, feminine goblins only look like this, and masculine goblins
Yeah.
only look like this." And I'm like, "No, we can have
Yeah.
both. We can have both.
Like,
Let me be a freak."
yeah, like one of my friends, Goblin Fia,
Mm.
um, she's a Goblin VTuber, but she's basically got like human proportions, minus the green
Mhm.
skin and like, and the ears. Honestly,
Ooh.
whatever you want a goblin to be, that's what a goblin can be. they're very, they're very flexible in how they're portrayed.
Yeah, you
Um,
got a lot of variety, and usually
mm,
what makes it read as a goblin is just a greenish skin tone. Sometimes you can even make
yeah,
it different
green,
kinds of
yellow,
colors.
brown, usually, I
And
feel
then the
like.
pointy ears, because
Yes,
usually if they're
definitely the ears.
pointy ears and short, people will be like, okay, gnome
Specifically
or
if the ears are like
halfling.
big, I feel like especially like bigger than Elfser.
Hmm.
Like if I feel like if the ears are sort of about the size of like how like you would usually see an Elfser, like Tolkien style elves, people usually
Hmm.
think elf. Um, but um, if people see the ears like big, like quite noticeably large, um, it comes across as very like goblin or like some other sort of creature that is not elven. Um,
Yeah.
that's sort of how I see it.
Sometimes elves and orcs get rolled up into the same category, and I can understand
Mm,
why. I think it has to do with a lot of the sharpness to them. Like they have sharp teeth, pointy ears. They usually have like different kinds of noses that aren't typical of elves in Tolkien's universe.
I think it's a lore
Uh,
thing as well. Like some
mhm.
in the lore of some like settings, like for Tolkien, for example, orcs are like formerly elves that were like corrupted or something. I think
Oh,
that's probably part of
okay.
the reason too. Um, but also, I think I'm pretty much done on this style study.
Yeah.
Just made the hand a little bit too big. There we go. And here we go. You have returned. Welcome back, Major. There we go. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that.
Beautiful.
That looks pretty good.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm just breaking down real quick for the
Mm-hmm.
folks at home the head sizes because that can really
Sure.
show showcase how they can be proportioned different. You can
I'll
see
go
how
ahead and
like
do some clothes then.
yeah, absolutely. You can
It's a very
see
cute outfit you're
how
wearing in
they're.
these.
Oh, thank you. I like that one.
I really
It's.
love, like, the off-shoulder look is very good.
I'm a big fan of the off-shoulder looks. They're very
Mm.
fun. I think the fun thing about Renaissance fair clothing, which is like one of my favorite things to wear,
Oh, yeah.
is they don't have to be historically accurate, but they can have that feel and it's
Just as long as they have a vibe,
close.
yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, in terms of like goblins and short stacks, the size of the head really can emphasize
Mm.
if it is a
Yeah,
goblin.
like, when I drew... Did I close it? I think I closed it. Hold on. Um, where's the one that I drew? Here it is. Yeah, like, I think for this one, I mean, the head is very big compared to the rest of the body. This is very sort of like Midna short stack
Yeah.
sort of proportions a little bit, especially with like the small feet, which is cute. But it's I want to learn other styles. I want to get better at art.
Yeah. That's
It's really fun doing style studies.
Doing
I
different style studies is so good for your
Yeah.
art, but so frustrating sometimes.
I've done it a bunch. Like I often one of my favorite things to do with my cool artist friends is to be like, hey, do you wanna draw together and stuff? What are the ones that I've done? It wasn't really a style study, but I did the collab with Mari, which was really fun. I had a really good time with that. That was this one. We do this together. There we go. Oops. There we go. We drew this together, which was a lot of fun.
Ooh.
I did with Naomi. We still haven't finished this one. Oh my gosh.
Oh, really?
Yeah, with this one that I'm about to show you, this one here. I was doing this one with my friend Naomi, who has an amazing art style. I love her art so much. And like when I do this, it's really like my favorite thing about it, about doing like collab art with someone else, is you really get to see and understand how their art differs from yours. Like you get this direct comparison. As you're both working on it together, you can see the process. You can see like, what did they do that I don't? Like, what do I like about their art that I want to do as well? Like, I really love the expressiveness that Yomi has in her art. Like she'll often draw like eyes of different, like, you know, some like one wider than the other. Very like expressive faces. She draws like big mouths with big teeth as well, which look amazing. They look so good. Or like with Mari. I really love how like Mari's art is so like Mari also works with like cell shading like me.
Oh, yeah.
But I love like this sort of double tone she has. She's got like like a just before the actual dark tone here in the like in the top. She's got like a slightly lighter grey, and she has a lot of that like across it, where she kind of plays around with like overlapping sort of layers a bit more. Like you can see with the highlights in the hair as well. And like the lines, of course, the classic Mari of the thicker on the outside, thin on the inside. That's how Mari art do.
That's so cool.
Like,
I love artists that do that.
Oh yeah. Wait, do you know Mari?
No, I don't actually.
You don't know Mari's amazing. Mari's the one who drew the Mari in this picture. Mari Kyun. I will shout her out since we're talking about her. Shout out Mari Kyun. Well, actually, never mind. I'm getting a raid from Carnage, so I'm going to shout out Carnage instead. But I'll shout out Mari in a sec. Shout out Classic Carnage. I'm going to shout out Carnage's main channel because it's Carnage's secondary channel. Hello, Carnage. How are you? How was your stream? Welcome in. We're doing a collab with the absolutely amazing and incredible Honey Goblin right over there on the side of the screen. I just pointed a red circle of you, Honey. Honey's super cool. Honey is teaching me how to draw goblins. That's not the goblin drawing. Where'd it go? Let me close this actually. Get out of here. Oh, here it is. So here's some of Honey's art. And I did a study of her pose here. And Honey is preparing some stuff for me to work with to do more studies and try and learn how to draw goblins. She's helping me. She's teaching me. She's being very cool. You can do the shadow first on the art. Oh, sorry. I'm so like I'm so ingrained in like when I see my friends and stuff show up, I'm like, oh, I should shout them out. Without thinking, oh, I should let my mods do that.
I've absolutely done that.
Carnage is also an artist. If you'd like to share your art, Carnage, I'd love to see. But yeah, I've been yapping for a bit. Honey, did you, oh, I'm looking at what you're drawing. Oh, it's so cool. What the heck?
That's okay, no worries. I'm just enjoying. This is one of the things that I do sometimes when listening to art streamers is I love to listen to them yap and get really excited while they draw and sort of explain their process. And so I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
I just get to listen to this and draw. It's nice.
Yeah. A streamer is a yapper. Sorry, I get very yappy, especially when I'm collabing because I like talking with people. Did you have did you are you working on the example now, or did you
So
have
I'm
something to send me
actually,
to?
I can absolutely send this to you. Yeah, I was actually just starting to
Thank
draw you
you.
as a goblin.
Whoa, thank you. Whoa, thank you.
Here we
Um,
are.
you can mess around with my outfit, by the way. You don't have to draw me in my regular outfits. If you
Gotcha.
have ideas for one that's more goblin-like.
Ooh,
Um,
okay. All right, I got some creative freedom there. That's be
yeah,
fun.
I love seeing myself in other outfits. And I feel like my regular outfit is very not goblin-like, I guess. I guess because like I don't know, I tend to imagine goblins in like I guess in a fantasy universe first and foremost. So like
Yeah.
I imagine them in like fantasy outfits, right? Whereas my
Hmm.
outfits are like schoolgirl and magical girl. um, not to say that a goblin can't be a magical girl, of course not.
Oh yeah. I've
Um,
actually drawn myself as a magical girl.
Ooh, let's go. Let me show you Carnage's art really quickly over here. It's an
Mhm.
animation. Look at this. It's so
Ooh.
cute. It's so cute, Carnage. Oh my
Oh,
gosh, amazing stuff. Thank you
I
for
love
sharing. This looks
that.
so good.
Run
This
through a
looks
field.
so good.
Oh,
Carnage
it's
is a
so
very
cute.
cool artist and animator. Carnage is a koala VTuber, by the way.
Oh.
And that's Carnage first. Then coming second is I think she's called Mayhem, right? That's Carnage in girl form. And then last is Poppy, which is Carnage's TTS mascot. Yeah, Carnage's been working on some new stream asset stuff. Thank you for sharing, Carnage. Thank you for raiding. A koala, yeah. Carnage is cool. We love
Koala.
Carnage.
Koalas are
Um,
cute.
mm.
We will
One of
never
the best
deny
things about
that.
VTubing is just like there's just so many like if you can think of it, someone has probably been like, yeah, I'll be that. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll be a koala. I'll be a whatever on earth you can if it's a word, someone is a VTuber of it.
there have been
Okay,
so
let me
many interesting VTubers.
mm,
There's Alpine, there's Magical Girl like
yeah.
yourself. There I just think I've
Whoa.
seen someone who has I've seen a couple of them now where it's like they'll have an anime girl holding a pet and they are actually the
Yeah.
pet.
Yeah. I was before my stream, I was hanging out in someone's stream who did that. I forgot the name. It was when someone I watched was collabing with someone like that. You can still both turn his volume. We'll do. We'll do. Let's do that. Um,
I'm too
let me know if
quiet, oh
that's
no.
better. Sorry. I
It's
saw someone
okay.
has an anime girl with a duck on her head in the stream. Was the duck? Yeah, I like stuff like that too.
Oh
It's
yeah,
very
there.
fun.
This was me as a magical girl.
Mm.
I forgot I did this.
That's so cute. Wait, that's very different from, when did you do this?
I did this in 2022, I think.
That's
So,
very, especially like the face is very
mhm.
different from like how, at least your VTuber's face is drawn, right?
Yeah,
The eyes too.
I definitely sharpened the face for myself.
Mm.
The eyes are kind of similar to how I usually draw eyes now, and the elements are similar to what they usually are. But definitely the face shape, even the ear shape, I've
Yeah.
defined a bit more.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was like,
I told you that your art has changed.
mm-hmm.
You really don't realize it. Like, you're like, as you're drawing, if you don't look at your old art, you're just like, no, I just always drew like this. Another raid. I'm so sorry. I'm getting raided so much.
That's that's
Hi,
great.
Fruitsy. Oh my gosh. We're getting raided by lots of very cool creatives. Fruitsy does 3D stuff. Honey. And Honey stream as well. And anyone on my stream who doesn't know Fruitsy. Um, you know, you know the Chow Garden. Oh, you're getting raided as well. Look at that.
Oh wow. Fox,
Um,
thank you for the raid.
you know the Chow Garden in Sonic.
No, I don't actually. I haven't played any Sonics games before.
It's like a okay. It's like a pet. It's like a Tamagotchi. You get little creatures and you like take care of them and like raise them up and like you can like race them and like do all sorts of stuff with them. That's a thing in one of the Sonic games. It's called the Chow Garden. Um, I'm sure a lot of the chat probably knows. Fruits' stream is basically that. Fruitsy has like this whole system where if you join Fruits' stream, you will get a little slime pet that you can customize and you can name it and you can like join races with it and help it race and like win stuff that you can like use to like give it new abilities and new like things that it can do. It's so cool. It is so, so cool. I highly recommend Fruitsy. Thank you so much for the raid, Fruitsy. How was your stream and do you have anything to share? We're hanging out with the lovely the lovely Fruitsy, the lovely honey goblin.
Fruitsy.
Well, Fruits is here. We're hanging out with the lovely honey goblin right now. And Honey's teaching me how to draw goblins. Here's some funny art.
Welcome on
Need
in,
to hydrate.
raiders. Today, you go ahead and take a sip. We're just hanging out with
I'm yapping too
Oshio.
much.
I'm wearing out your yap box. Oh gosh.
Mm.
But yeah, welcome on in. Today, I'm just going over how to draw goblins. You can check out Oshio's just showing off my art right now. This is I'll make it a bit easier to see. This is just me breaking down goblin proportions and how you can draw very different styles. Because there's so many different ways to draw goblins. They're so varied and so much fun. You can kind of make them however you like. And now that I've broken them down and sort of just like showed how they can look different, I'm drawing Oshio as a goblin.
Gasp.
It's pretty
Gasp.
fun. I like drawing people
Wow.
as goblins. It's just neat.
Well, I feel like I should be drawing you, but I don't know what I should. I mean, I'm gonna draw Honey Goblin as a goblin. I mean, I think I will just draw you. Hang on.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me make another folder, and I'm gonna study your stuff here.
Absolutely.
So the 5 heads that you did actually is pretty similar to the study that I did already, which makes sense because those are also your style. So, what sort of pose should I do though? What sort of pose should I do?
I'm sort of thinking about that right now. I'm like, what kind of pose could I do for you?
Could make a shining mermaid honey. I could.
Ooh.
I could.
That could be
Do you want to be a magical
fun.
girl?
I would love to be a magical girl. That could be great.
Okay. Let me find a fun pose.
I was gonna say, do you have like a full body reference so that I could?
I sure do. I'll send it to you.
Yeah. I will probably do a little variation on it, but just so I can see it.
Yeah. I have me in both of my outfits. There you go. What would be a fun pose to draw Honey in?
Perfect.
Something magical girl-like. Something magical girl-like. I think. Sorry, I'm searching for pose references right now.
No worries. I think that's great that you're looking at pose references. It's something that a lot of artists don't do enough.
I'm very bad at drawing without a reference. Well, not that bad, but I like to draw with a reference. The way I see it is like whenever I draw something, I want to draw something that I haven't drawn before.
Ooh, okay.
Because then I'm learning something new. So like it's probably not that I'm bad at drawing without a reference. It's more just that I don't want to draw the exact same pose that I've done before, right? I want to draw a different pose. I want to draw something that looks different. Drawing with reference is cool and based, yeah. Everyone, you should totally draw with reference.
Absolutely.
Let me find a fun pose that we can draw from. I feel like Honey would be doing.
That's always the fun one. Is just like, what would I make this character do? How would they move?
How does honey exist?
I find that normally I like to do a bunch of sketches and
Mm,
then try to find reference afterwards sometimes just because then I get the idea or the vibe that I want to get out. So it's interestingly
mm,
kind of the opposite direction where you look for reference first and then you have a nice strong sense of
yeah.
a pose and anatomy. I will do the opposite where I'm like, I just get the idea out and then I'll build on
I
it later.
I guess like I do have ideas in my head. But I guess I just like I think of the ideas and then I just look for a reference based on what I'm thinking rather than sketching. Rig Mikado, thank you for the first time chat. Drawing with references is how you keep your horse from becoming a dog. Drawing horses is really hard. Have you ever tried drawing a horse, honey?
I have tried so interestingly, I was a horse girl growing up.
Yo. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I
I like
loved
horses.
horses and dragons, and because I couldn't draw
I
reference
love dragons.
dragons.
Oh, you love dragons. Listen, if I were a magical girl, I would have been a dragon VTuber.
Mm, very good
Sorry,
choice.
continue. Continue. I
No,
interrupted
no
you.
worries. I was taking a sip of water. But I think that drawing dragons is really fun. But as a kid, I was like, I don't know what dragons really look like. So I would just draw horses with kind of more lizardy faces.
I okay. So I used to draw dragons like this. I can remember even now how I used to draw them. I would do this. I give them like a big horn. And then they'd have sort of smaller horns going up. Um, they'd have like this would sort of reach into like their mouth, so have this sort of thing going on. And this would be like the jaw, right? So it'll be sort of like that, I guess. If I draw one sort of like screaming, like it's flying or something, um, like this sort of thing. And then you can draw some like teeth in its mouth, kind of like this. Mhm. This is how I used to draw dragons. That tooth is very not toothy. I used to draw these all the time when I was a kid. So I'm very like, I draw the eyes sort of like this. Hold on. Uh, let's draw a nose. And then,
I wonder, were you a dinosaur kid growing up?
no, I just like dragons.
Oh,
Dinosaurs are cool, but I just like to do dragons. I just do dragons all the time.
I remember I
I
really
just do
liked
dragons all the
dinosaurs.
time.
I love dinosaurs because they were like dragons. They were the closest thing I could get.
Mm.
So I was like, perfect, I can reference that. And so I'd watch like the animated documentaries where it's like this dragon
Oh,
or this
oh,
dinosaur ate these ones.
there was a fake dragon documentary that I used to watch growing up. I forgot what it's called, but it was so cool, and I was obsessed with. Did you ever have Dragonology as a kid?
Yes, I did.
Oh, I loved that book so much. I was so obsessed with that book. I had the Dragonology board game.
Oh, there was a board game?
Yeah, there was a board game. I had a special Dragonology book as well that came with like a little constructible like figure that you could have that like hung from a ceiling. Oh my gosh, it was so cool. The Sacred Tome of Dragonology, yeah. Dragonology was
Gosh.
so cool. I loved that. I loved it so much. This was how I would draw dragons. I draw them like this. Um, I used to like drawing dragons all the time. What's Dragonology? Oh my gosh. Okay, so it was like a fake sort of biology book about dragons. Where like it sort of like categorized dragons and said like it was very sort of tactile. So it had like bits, it had like little pouches inside that you could like open. And there would be like dragon skin inside, fake obviously, it's just like plastic and like a pattern. But it looked really good, and like you had little pouches with like little like bits of like sparkly dust in them that's like, this is like dragon dust or something, or like it was so cool. It was so cool, like genuinely. If there's anyone here who has kids, and you want something cool to get them a Dragonology book. They will love it so much. It is the coolest thing. Little you would have ate that up. It's so good. I wonder if I can find some pictures of like the inside of it. Also, hi Fia. Hello.
Hello.
Dragonology. Let me see if there's pictures of like the inside. Yeah, here we go. Okay, hold on. Okay.
I love this
So
dragon
this
that
is
you're drawing.
Dragonology. So this is Dragonology. This is what the outside of the book looked like. This is what the outside of the book looked like. So it's a very nice looking book. And then the inside was like this. The inside looked like this. Oops, that's not the drag button. There we go. This is what the inside of it would look like. It was so cool. You had these amazing, like, look at these gorgeous illustrations of like all sorts of types of dragons, and like it was done like as if it's like it was done like a semi-scientific way. So you can see it's got these like, oh, here's like the differences between like different dragon feet. This one's 5-toed, this one's 4-toed, and like this is the Chinese long dragon. This is like its egg, like figure A, and it's like the text is too blurry to see, but like there's the dragon skin. Like this would be like an actual little pouch with like a tactile like thing that you can touch, and it's like feels like scales. And there's like, oh, here's the lindworm, and here's where it's located in the world, and like it was so cool. Like this was seriously the coolest book ever. I love
Cool. They would have
Dragonology. Sorry.
No, I love it too. I love seeing the weird looking dragons because the lindworm looks so
Yeah.
cool.
This one with like
So
just the front legs. It's like
Mhm.
there's like, and they had like because they like categorize the dragons. This is like, you can see this is like, oh, this is Eastern dragons, and it's like the Eastern dragons. Here's the differences between East and West, and it's like telling you about like, you know, here's the different types of them. You can see the Eastern ones are like kind of snake-like; they're very long and like spindly, and the Western ones are sort of stockier. Here we go. Here's another page from it. Oh, I remember this page. This page here. I remember this page. Yeah, here's some like Western dragons. And they're like I remember this with the gems on the belly. Oh, it was so cool. It's so cool. I love Dragonology. We need to get a Goblinology book. Oh my gosh, you're
Ooh,
right.
that could be
Oh, I
cute.
tried to. Okay. I did a drawing a bit ago, which was kind of in a style similar to these sort of things. I called it the Normal Animal Encyclopedia.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
and what I did was I drew a monster girl and then made the picture look like an actual picture taken of like an actual book. That's like an encyclopedia with this in. This is the picture. I tried to make it look like an actual book. Like, so it's like, oh, this is the Normal Animal Encyclopedia.
Oh.
With like a normal animal in it. This is a normal secretary bird, which is a real bird, but it's not normally a monster girl. And there's like real information on actual real secretary birds. That was a fun thing to do.
It's fun to make little encyclopedias for sure.
Anyway,
Oh,
sorry.
I
I
love how
took us
you've
on a
drawn
bit of a
this.
tangent there.
That's okay. We're just having a good time chilling. I think the secretary bird is very fun. I do like it.
Thank you. Monster Girlology. Oh, whoa. Well, listen. We hit 550 subs on my subathon earlier, which means
Ooh,
I'm going to be
yeah.
doing a Monster Girl Smash or Pass tomorrow, maybe.
Ooh.
Which is going to be pretty cool. I like Monster Girls a lot. And we're also, just so you know, we are only 8 subs away from me making a foot model, which will anyway, let's not
I'm
talk about that.
curious.
Let's
Okay, we won't talk about that one. Morbid
we don't talk about that one.
curiosity, but perhaps.
Yeah. Okay, I need to do yodel drawing. Where's the pose that I decided on? Because I found the pose and then we got distracted. Here we go. I think this is a fun pose. So here we go. Let's use this as reference. But I'll try to obviously modify the proportions to match the honey style of goblin. And also try to design a magical girl outfit for you.
Let's go.
Let me make some space on this camp. No, I'm just doing a sketch. It doesn't have to be big for the sketch. Honey is drawing a bow. Maybe.
Yeah.
It's possible. It could be happening.
Perhaps.
Subs 8 times to see the model of an American ruler. For a foot. Yeah.
This is fun. I had the sketch for you is coming out quite nice. I like it quite a bit.
I'm looking. It's so cute. Thank you. Whoa. I hope that whatever I make for you is a fraction of how cute yours is.
Oh, it'll be lovely. I love your art style. Right. I'll remember this in a moment. But like, I love the retro style because you've nailed it quite well. It's impressive that it feels very retro. And I asked you the question earlier. I was like, what makes something retro and what makes it feel retro, I wonder?
There's a few things. Like, let me bring up my little, there it is. There's a few things. Like, a lot of it comes down to, like, the art style in the first place has to, it depends on what kind of retro you're going for. Like, obviously, specifically, I do retro anime. And there's other kinds of retro. Like I mentioned earlier, we got rated by Biddles, who is like a rubber hose, like black and white sort of cartoon style of VTuber. Which is also retro, but a very different kind of retro. For the retro anime specifically, I go for sort of 80s, 90s sort of vibe. And with that sort of vibe, there's obviously a lot of different styles. Like, I think a big thing is like studying specifically those styles. Like, the study that I showed before was from Gunsmith Cats, which is retro anime. I've studied Sailor Moon. I've studied Ranma. Like, my art style is very heavily based on Ranma. I've studied Slayers. They're all quite different retro styles, but you kind of come to understand the similarities of them. Where like they often tend to sort of they'll often pronounce the cheek a bit more. Like their cheek will sort of, you can see that it's like pushed out quite a lot. They'll the way they draw noses. A lot of modern anime doesn't really draw noses as much. Like, if it is, then it's just like a little. It's either like it'll be one of two things. It'll be like a very minuscule nose that you can barely see, or it'll be do you know like dandadan?
Yeah, dandadan.
Yeah, it'll be something more like that where they're going for a sort of still anime, but like leaning slightly more into like a slightly more realistic, quote unquote, where they draw the nose more like an actual nose, or in like a bit more of a stylized way, as opposed to it's like a line or two or a small dot. Yeah. Did you know there's a goblin on your stream? Wait, you're there too? Yeah, this is, oh my gosh, this little fairy, this drawing. This is Hesper's Quest, who is in my chat. That's who I drew. She's a cute little fairy, and also sometimes a kobold. And sometimes a phone too. Hi, Honey, huge fan. Wow, yeah, we've got Honey here.
Hello.
We've got Honey here. Honey's really cool. Honey is drawing me as a goblin. Honey's teaching me how to draw goblins. And I'm talking about what makes art retro. And I'm using this as an example because this is my most retro piece of art. Thank you for giving yourself to Honey. Oh, that's so
Thank
kind
you.
of
Thank you,
you.
Cam.
Oh my gosh, Honey, I hope you enjoy my emotes.
Yeah, they're very cute. One sec, I gotta play with them a little bit.
Gotta get me to teach you how to do retro stuff.
I know this
I
one.
could. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Oh, there we go. Hee hee. I'm pretty sure I still have honey somewhere, right? Hang on. I do. There we go. There we go. But yeah, so like first of all, like the art style, and it's not just the face. Like the face being drawn in a certain way, like the nose. The nose is like more pronounced than modern anime tends to be. It tends to be sort of spikier. They tend to draw it as like two lines like this. How exactly they draw it depends. But it will often, especially for like, anime girls, for like guys will often draw very detailed noses, but like for an anime girl, it'll often be these like two little lines. Interestingly, for a mouth, they tend to draw it more as one line. Like modern anime often draws a mouth with like a little split in the middle. In like a resting pose, but retro anime tends to just draw it as one line. They'll also tend to do bigger eyes. It depends on the type of character. They'll do like bigger eyes for sort of cuter looking characters, and then much smaller eyes for sort of more mature characters. The lines are sort of relatively thin. The brush is also like uneven, right? It's not like a perfect brush. And that's the sort of brush that I use. It's got a bit of grain to it. The way they draw bodies is interesting because retro anime tends to be, raid for honey.
Oh, thank you. Also,
Thank you for the
welcome on in,
stretch.
fabulous Fenboy and Enelon. Welcome in.
Whoa, fabulous fanboy! What the heck? Wait, that sounds awesome. I love fanboys. For the proportions, they'll tend to be like either sort of a bit shorter and stockier than modern anime girls. Think like Ranma or Gunsmith Cats. Or they'll be very slender like Sailor Moon. I tend to go for a sort of shorter and stockier route a bit more than the very tall and slender route because I think it's cute. Thank you for the revenge. And that's like the line art style. For this shading, it'll usually be so shaded. So hi Ray, welcome in. The shading is usually so shaded, so you got flat colors. And you'll usually just get shadows, except for on the hair, which will have highlights. So like the body, you can see the body doesn't really have many highlights, apart from like a little bit on this little heart. But only really the hair has highlights. And the highlights are these sort of blocky, sort of like zigzaggy shapes. Other than that, the background is often very watercolory, which I've tried to replicate here. So you can like see the brush strokes. You can see the brush strokes in the background. And the lines are like softer in the background. We're getting another raid.
Oh,
A local royal roach.
welcome, Your Highness.
Other than that, subtitles add to a retro look a lot, and having the right filters. So there's a lot of filters. I could show you the filters. Do you want to see the filters?
Sure, I'd love to see them because I'm curious to what makes something retro and like how you can achieve that look because
I
you
can show
pretty
you.
much nailed it in my mind.
Thank you. Kurone-san, thank you for the first time chat. How are you? Okay, let me find. Here it is. Here it is. If I take you over, it's loading. One sec. One sec. It's a big file because there's a lot of stuff. There we go. Okay, so if I take you over here, this is so this is where this is the file that I do the retro stuff in. I'm going to delete all of the retro things one by one.
Oh, okay.
And start from the beginning. So this is what the art looked like straight up with me drawing it. You can see that the colors are a lot brighter. It's just a lot clearer in general. You can see that it's going for the retro style, but like we don't have the filters over it. So the filters that I apply, starting from this background, the first thing will be I apply a motion blur. So I will duplicate this layer and apply a motion blur to it, which I will then switch to a saturation layer type. And is that supposed to be at 50%? I don't think it is. There we go. Hang on, I can check. Yeah, there we go. So I'll switch it to saturation. So if I switch it to normal, you'll see this is what the layer looks like normally. It's very blurry. It looks very weird. But you change it to saturation in order to apply a certain sort of you're basically like blending the colors across the screen, which is an effect that like old TVs would have. Use another motion blurred layer. But this one is set to hue. This makes it so that the motion, the sort of blur, you can kind of see it if I zoom in. This sort of pink blur here, it makes the blur like the right color for the colors that there are. Like before, it's sort of like a slightly off color, but now it's pink. You can see there's green. Then we do another blur, but this one is set to exclusion. This makes it very, very dull. You can see that the colors have with just this one layer, the colors have become much grayer. And this will help us with desaturating the colors essentially, which will then sort of boost back up with our other filters. Then finally, we do a bit of a Gaussian blur, which we make a lighten layer, and that makes it a bit sort of glowier. You can see the difference here, like not glowy and then glowier. It gives it a sort of dreamier sort of look. It makes it feel very soft. What I do after that is I will add just a pink multiply layer on about 10% to give it that sort of slightly pink look that like old anime kind of has, kind of like Sailor Moon, like how it's a bit kind of pink everywhere. It makes it feel very retro, just having that sort of pink tinge. It makes it feel very warm too. Then we have a bunch of things to do. So we have some sort of gradient maps that will basically change how the colors work in a very subtle ways. It's hard to explain each of them. But they sort of, this one sort of tones down the whole thing, makes it kind of less saturated again. This one will, like these ones at the moment are sort of bringing the colors in. Then we will add some film grain, which is what these three are for. These are different film grain layers that just have different sort of filters on them to add a bit of color to the film grain and stuff like that. Then we will mess with the curves of the color. You can see this one brings the colors back out to it. It becomes like a lot brighter again, but it's still a lot duller. But we've kept sort of, by reducing the colors first, by desaturating the colors first, it becomes, it helps like bring the shades closer together. It helps sort of, like, you don't want anything to be too sort of saturated. Like overall, retro anime is a very desaturated look. Which this also has a bit more saturation in. This one will do some posterizing. This messes with the levels. This makes it a lot sort of brighter. We add this one here. This one's really interesting. This one adds a sort of oh, hold on, it's frozen. One sec. No, and freeze, please. There we go.
Oh no, Clip Studio, please.
This one sort of, it adds sort of like a false saturation. Like it's increasing the saturation, but only in certain colors. Same with this one. It's like altering the colors to be more in line with how they would display on a TV. Same with this one here. This one deepens the shadows, because on an old TV, it will typically have kind of deeper shadows. And then finally, that layer is just my logo. So yeah. The final step though, after this, is to, when I save the art, I save it as a JPG and set it specifically to not be 100% perfect in order to add artifacting and stuff like that to make it feel more retro. Like it's a screenshot that someone's grabbed and has been reposted a bunch of times. So
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
There's a tutorial online, not made by me, that I based all this retro stuff off of, which I will post on my Discord server after this because I don't know where it is right now. But yeah, all of that combined makes the art look very retro and cool and awesome. So yeah, I love doing retro stuff. Sorry, I started yapping again without drawing.
That's okay. I was curious. Thank you for answering the question.
Of course.
Because, like, in my mind, I
Very
was like,
cool.
I don't know how that works. That's insane. It's so much
Well,
work.
I hope that you, I mean, it's very like reproducible is the thing. Like, hang on. Send me a piece of your art
Sure.
and I will retroify it. I will
Okay.
show you this in motion. I will show you how easy it is. Cause like, I just have all these filters like pre-done. So I just put the art underneath. All I've got to do is the blur stuff that he talks about. Which is just like a couple of extra modifications. And then like, it's ready to go. So it's very easy to like keep doing once you've sort of tuned it to your liking. You typically want to mess around with the specific colors of the piece. Because like each piece of art will be different, right?
Trying to find something that's not too outside of the realm of retro colors.
Don't worry about the colors.
Oh, okay. All right, here we are.
The whole
then.
point of
Oh,
this is that it's modifying the colors to desaturate
okay.
them and make them look more retro.
Let's see. This is probably my most recent, completely finished colored piece. So let's see.
Okay. Is it the snake? Was that colored? Oh,
That one's colored. I just have to finish up the background.
this is cute. Okay. So let me do this. I'm going to get rid of all of these. And I'm going to add in... Okay, let me actually disable all of these. I'll disable the filters so you'll be able to see all of them like come into effect. Here we go. So here is your art. I'm just gonna... There we go. We'll just put it in the middle of the drawing. Okay. So what I'm going to do first, the first thing that I'm going to do is actually I am going to add a Gaussian blur to your art. Why is this not working? Hold on. Let me zoom in a bit. Filter, Gaussian blur. There we go. We're going to add about this much. Yeah. And already this will make your art like a lot sort of like if I show you before and after, like this is very clear. And now it's a lot less clear, but this is a lot more in line with like how a retro anime would be, right? It's not super high quality.
Yeah.
That's the point. We're going to duplicate this layer. Actually, can I image trim? Transparent. There we go. Okay. What we'll do next is I'm going to duplicate this layer. I'm going to add another blur. This is going to be a motion blur. So it's going to be very sort of blurry. There we go. I usually had about 70. Yeah, let's do 75, I think. So now we have this motion blur layer. And what we're going to do with that, we're going to change this to saturation. We're going to duplicate it. We're going to change this one to hue. We're going to duplicate it. We're going to change this one to exclusion on 28%. This is going to look very strange for a second because it's going to invert your colors.
All right.
But we reduce the opacity to about here. And you can see the difference already, right? Here's before, here's after. You can see how it really like takes away the colors. and makes it very, like, this is already like a lot more kind of retro colors, you can see.
Mhm.
We'll then add a Gaussian blur. So I'm going to duplicate the original. I'm going to blur it again. We're going to add a Gaussian blur. This is going to be a lot more blurred. We're going to add like about this much. Yeah, we'll add about 30. And we're going to change this to lighten at 26%. So lighten at 26%. And this one kind of adds a sort of dreamlike quality. So you've got before, after. It makes it kind of glowier. Hang on, let me move over this so you can see a bit better. There you go. It's very like glowy and dreamlike now. And now I'm going to just enable the filters that are pre-made, basically. And you'll see how it makes it more retro. So we'll add the sort of pinkish tint to it. It's very subtle, but you can see it brings the colors to a pinkish color. We're adding some gradient maps now. We're going to add some grain to it. There we go. We're going to change the color curves. That's going to deepen the drawing a bit. Changing the saturation here. We're lightening it. We're changing the gradient. We are changing the levels to make it darker. And then finally, I will save it as a JPG. If it doesn't freeze again. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. Retro Goblin. And we'll I usually put the quality depth to 80%. So let's save. And then I will show you on my stream. There we go. So here is let me shrink it a little bit too. I usually save it smaller too. There we go. So you can see, let me show you before and after. So you can compare. Hi, Yogo. 1 sec. There we go. Oops. There we go. So here's a before after. Oh, you can't see. Wait, there we go. Here's the before and after. And you can really see, like, obviously your art style or anything like that hasn't changed at all. But you can see like the difference, like adding a whole bunch of filters makes. Like you can see how it's kind of blurrier, it's kind of dreamier. It's got this sort of, like, you can see the colors are slightly different too. Like the filters kind of bring the colors they're intended to sort of bring the colors more in line to how a CRT might display them. So this sort of very bright, vibrant green that you have is a sort of yellowish, slightly more yellowish green. The bright blue is a bit more of a subdued blue. But then the background is much deeper and darker because the dark parts tend to be a lot darker. Which helps, like, it helps like the contrast because the saturation is much lower generally. So simple changes make a huge impact on the piece. Yeah. It really, like, you can really see how it really affects like how a piece looks. So yeah, play around with filters in your art. It makes a big difference.
That's incredibly cool to see. Oh
I
my
hope you like it. I'm
gosh.
gonna send you the it's cropped weirdly because hang on, could I 1 sec. 1 sec, let me see something. Let me check something. What if I do this? And then trim. There we go. Okay. I'm just going to resave it. There we go. I'm going to resave it to send you the full version. Here we go. True effects. Honey, full. Let's save it smaller too.
Oh, I forgot that.
There we go. Okay.
I forgot that I have ads that can run in a little bit. We're coming up on the half hour.
Oh yeah. Here we go. There's the full retro version of your art for you to enjoy.
That's
you can look
so
at it.
cool. It really ups the contrast by a lot.
Yeah, like it's very kind of, and this is why he said like it doesn't matter what the colors are because the point of the filters is to like change the colors to kind of bring them in to a kind of desaturated and retro kind of vibe. So yeah, I love stuff like this. Sorry, I've been yapping about it for ages. I've done like no drawing.
It's okay. It's a curious time. This is again what happens is I often lock in while listening to someone really explain how much they love their process and like how it works. And so this is very normal for me. But the retrification is so cool.
Thank you.
I will say my ads are going to start playing in a little bit. Do we want to do a quick ad break and then come on back?
Sure.
Yeah, just because I've got a rough, and then I think this is a good place for me to stand up and stretch.
It's a good idea.
And stare at the filtered version of the art that you said. It's so neat.
Well, if you wanna take a break, that's fine. I think I'm good to go, so I can wrangle chat while you go if you want.
Sure thing. I'll just do a quick little 3-minute ad break. I'll go to the washroom and get some water. I'll be right back. All right.
Sounds good.
Cool. I'll see you in a sec.
I will yap with chat. See you in a sec.
Excellent.
Hi,
You're
chat.
in good hands.
Hi, chat. Wow, how are you?
Already.
Oh, I'm just showing them my intro.
Nice. I love the little guy. The little unicorn seahorse. It's so cute. What is the... Let's see. I was about to
Welcome
ask...
back, everyone. Oh, so Honey's back. Good timing. Hi, Honey.
Perfect timing. It worked out. I was gonna
It
ask, what is
did.
the name of your little mascot?
Oh, that's Oga Pogo, or
Oh, go.
Ogo for short. So Ogo is the little. So Ogo is what's called a siren in my lore.
Ooh.
Which is basically the little creatures that depending on the type of siren, will either turn people into magical girls like me, or turn people into Thalassians, which are basically the evil equivalent of magical girls.
Ooh.
I have a lot of lore. I can talk about lore for ages.
I think that's fun.
Do
Just
you
like
have any lore?
I have some very simple lore. For the most part it
Mm.
is. I worked for a lich in the past. It was not too
Oh,
great.
that's fun.
It was kind of fun. It was mostly resetting traps. But then he died because a bunch of adventurers came and killed him, as they do.
Oh, yeah.
And pretty much as soon as they left, I stole what was left of his money and
Let's
then
go.
left to start a tavern.
Nice.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
pretty chill.
that was bad timing. My ads just started as well. Oh,
Oh.
well. Now you just got to be on Honey's stream. Listen. Osho viewers, join Honey's stream for no ads during this ad break.
Here we go.
There we go. Maybe staggering the ads is good actually, because then people can just switch streams.
Yeah, that might work. Just like hot potatoing, kind of.
Yeah. Totally cool over here. Honey stream is very cool. Listen.
Oh, thank
Um,
you.
I love to collab with people that I like, love to actually watch their streams, right? And
Mhm.
I love to watch Honey streams. I'm in your streams all the time. Honey streams are so comfy. They're so nice to just hang out in and listen to and have a good time in.
Oh, thank you.
And I highly recommend that other people also give it a try.
Thank you. I like hanging out in your streams. It's fun to see
Thank
the
you.
art you draw, and it's also I feel like you have a little bit of a higher energy vibe than me, so it's nice to if I need a pick me up, I'm like, okay, this is not like someone screaming all the time and being super hyped up. It's like, no, this is just a slightly higher, more upbeat energy here.
Yeah.
It's nice.
I like being fun, but I'm not really like, I don't know. I'm not super like chaotic, I guess. Right?
Hmm.
Fun without being chaotic is the vibes.
Chaotic moments are really fun, and they do come out
Oh yeah.
in
All super
everyone.
chaotic moments.
Hmm. But sometimes it's nice to have the more like, I guess not consistent. That's not quite the right word I'm looking for, but calm is the closer word. Just like even toned is nice while still having a nice gentle melody to how you speak. It's very nice.
Oh, Crunchy collab. Oh, okay.
No.
What we should do, if we just end the call and restart it, should fix it.
Sure thing. Okay, one sec.
It should have fixed it. Let us know if it's not fixed. That usually fixes it, though. It's a Discord thing.
Hopefully that fixed it. Someone called it Frito Audio.
There we go. Yeah. Discord just does that sometimes. Unfortunately.
Yeah, that happened to me today right before this collab. I was talking to my friend on Discord really quick. And they were like, your audio is really crunchy. And I'm like, no, it can't be. And so I unplugged all of my mic stuff.
Oh no.
And I was like, I'm so sorry. I'm late. I had to double check my audio.
Yeah, it's usually a Discord thing for the future. If your audio does that, it's usually Discord.
Oh, okay.
Is the problem.
Gotcha. That is good to know then.
Do you have Windows 11?
Maybe. I think I do. Yeah.
I think it's a Windows 11 thing.
Uh, unfortunate.
Yeah.
That's
It's an
rough.
easy fix though, so it's not too bad. It's called Discord instead of peace for a reason, yeah. True.
So true, bestie. So true.
So true, Vesty. Wow. Okay.
Alright. Get
I'm
into the
working
lineup.
on I'm working on some proportions here. So
Ooh.
so we want to do 5 heads tall.
Mhm.
Which
So,
is it's actually a bit closer to 4 heads. It's like maybe 4.5.
mhm. It's kind
So
of
if I
fun
do
drawing my type of goblins because they're almost human proportion. They're just a little
mm,
more like the closest I can think of is like Rebecca from Cyberpunk almost.
yeah, I love Rebecca. I
I
my chatbot Robosho, you might have seen in the chat. Um Robosho's icon is a Rebecca drawing that I did ages ago, much earlier on into my streaming career. I like Rebecca. I
Rebecca. I haven't watched Cyberpunk yet. I've seen only clips and memes. And I don't know if I'm
ah,
ready for it to emotionally destroy me yet.
it's very good. The only criticism I have of it is that there's not enough of it, which is high criticism. But it is actual
Yeah.
criticism because the last like 2 episodes are like they were just like, okay, I guess we're cramming a whole other season of like development into them.
Oh gosh.
Obviously I won't spoil, but it it's still very good though. It's extremely good. I we got a lot of very good animated shows last year.
Mhm.
Hi Galactolo, welcome in. How are you? Like, I assume. Wait, did you watch Vox Machina?
Yes, I watched
Yeah,
Vox Machina.
I was
It's
going to say I assumed you
quite
did, but
good.
then you knew of Rebecca but hadn't watched it, so I didn't want to assume.
Mhm.
um,
Fair.
Vox Machina, very good. I love it so
Vox
much. It's
Vox Machina is
really,
very fun.
it's so nice when like something that is clearly such a passion project is done so well. Like,
Mhm.
for anyone who might have heard of Legend of Vox Machina and been like, oh, I'm not going to watch it because like I haven't seen the tabletop or whatever, just watch the show. Literally, like I hadn't seen um, the Critical Role first campaign at all um, before watching Vox Machina the show, and it's like it's just so good. Like it's you don't need to see the show beforehand. It's just a really good time. It's just genuinely an extremely well made, well animated. The characters are so good. The plot is so good. It's well paced. Like I have no like notes. It's just really good.
It's a very good show. I like it
Mm.
quite a bit. There's a lot of good going on and it kind of feels how D&D can feel sometimes with how crazy it
Yeah.
is.
Oh yeah. Are you in any campaigns at the moment?
Currently no. I am trying to get a lot of work done and organize with my friends, but we've all been busy because
Fair.
New Year has been
Very fair.
happening.
Very fair. I showed off earlier a little bit. This D&D character here.
The
Um,
tiefling?
she is a new character that I started just a couple of weeks ago. Her name is Aselnia. She is a tiefling warlock. And she's very cool, and I like her very much. Um, I want to talk about her, but I've been keeping her like lore secret. Um, to like dramatically reveal it during the streams.
Oh, that's fun. I always want.
Mm.
How is it streaming D&D versus playing it in private?
It's very fun. So I've been in 2 campaigns on stream. One of them I play on Tuesday, so I played just yesterday. That was a different character. That was a character called Nim. That was actually part of how I got into VTubing, because before I started streaming, my friend, the DM, was a VTuber and invited us to the campaign and was like, "Oh, I'm going to stream this," and we were like, "Sure." So I was on Twitch on those streams before I was a VTuber. And that was a lot of fun. The DM, like specifically Massive Effect is the DM. He has like hero and villain points, which is like you can spend channel points to give like the party or like the GM rerolls, if you want, up to like a limited amount, which is very fun. It's like fun chat interaction. Other than that, it's basically just D&D. Like, there's not a lot of like, there's less like, there's less talking directly to chat.
Mhm.
But especially if your DM is very, very good at describing stuff. If your players are very role play heavy and like to yap and like to get into character and stuff like that and put on a show, like if you enjoy putting on a show for each other, then you'll probably enjoy putting on a show on stream as well. And like having other
Okay.
people enjoy your characters and stuff like that. Like I really like doing stuff like that. I haven't DM'd, I'm more of a player. But I really like, really getting into like moments and like doing lots of role play and stuff like that. And like, so the other campaign I'm in, the most recent one that we started, which is usually on Sundays, but this week on Saturday, that one is actually streamed on my channel, but I'm not the DM. And as opposed to before, where like I'm guesting on someone else's channel mostly, this one on my channel, Chad is very into it. Chad really likes it. It's very like, especially because the DM is very masterful and the players are all very like into playing the characters and into playing the game overall. No one's like half-assing it. It makes it very fun and entertaining for people to watch, like even if they're not directly interacting with the streamer. It's a good time. I really enjoy it.
Good. Because yeah, one of the things I worried about when I was like, should I stream D&D
Mm.
is it, will I be performing too much? Will I feel the need to perform?
Yeah, it depends on how you usually like in your campaigns, like because like people will play in different ways. Like I really like role playing and stuff like that. Like when I'm doing it on stream, I'm not like doing it any more than I would before. Praloey, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? I hope you had a wonderful time. We have a curl up with the lovely honey goblin going on right now. 20 raiders here for the first time, by the way. I am Oceanix. I am a retro animated magical girl VTuber. I stream out every single day. And Honey is a goblin.
Welcome. I also mostly stream art. I don't stream it every day. I stream maybe about 3 times a week. But yeah.
You don't have to be crazy like me, don't worry.
The amount your art has grown for streaming every day though is insane. So like I see the results.
Thank you. Also, Blood Asp. Have you heard of Legends of Adventurous? I've heard of them. I haven't watched them. They're a comedy D&D group that has a podcast and streams too. They have tons of shorts and animated, and it's the funniest stuff you've ever seen. I think I've seen some shorts from them, but I don't think I've ever like sat down and watched their like stuff. But it looks very cool from what I've seen.
I've seen some of their shorts on YouTube, and I think they do stream on Twitch as well.
Yeah, there's it since like like Critical Role really like popularized it, right? The idea of like streaming your D&D games. But I'm kind of glad that they did because it's like it's a fun idea. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I like the stories you can tell that are outside of necessarily your like VTuber persona. It gives you more flexibility and freedom, so you don't have to just be one character.
Yeah, for sure. Like it's just fun kind of D&D. I mean, I don't need to explain why D&D is fun. Like it's really awesome. And it kind of meshes with like what a lot of VTubers do already.
Yeah.
Which makes like groups full of VTubers, like the most recent one I started. That's just every single person who is in that group is a VTuber. And it works really well because like what goes into streaming kind of meshes quite well with playing D&D. So everyone just really like gives it their all and like has a good time. And it's really fun.
I think one of the really nice things about it is that there's a certain level of streaming skill that can be applied to D&D and the other way around
Yeah.
as well. Where a
Yeah,
lot of it
for
is
sure.
thinking on your toes and not getting too stuck in one bit.
Mm,
I think that's an important thing to do.
yeah, I agree. Like, you've got to be able to move on very quickly as a streamer. And not being too caught up in stuff. Because like D&D isn't about like knowing what story you want to tell. It's about kind of discovering what story gets told as you play. So being able to change things on the fly really kind of works well with that.
Yeah. I think the one of the nice things is probably exactly what you said, which is like learning when to let go. Because I find that new D&D players who have watched Critical Role but haven't tried playing before either don't know when to start something and don't know when to end something.
Yeah.
And that can be tricky to learn. It can take some practice.
Oh yeah. It's D&D is a lot of fun, but that doesn't mean that it's easy to do it well. It definitely like not every party is going to be a winner. Not every D&D group is going to be a winner. It's difficult to sort of to role play well, to be like, okay, this is not what I would do. This is what my character would do. This is like what my character knows and how they would react in this moment and stuff like that.
One of the hard ones is when you know something that your character does not.
Oh yeah.
And you're like, okay, well, my character, if they didn't know what I know, they would do this. They would do
Oh
this
yeah.
potentially awful, horrendous thing to themselves. That's okay. I gotta be okay with that.
I play into that quite a lot. I like to play characters. My signature character is a low wisdom character. I like to play characters high intelligence, low wisdom. I like to play characters that think that they know what they're doing, but they don't know what they're doing. So I really like, for example, in a previous campaign, my character helped convince the rest of the party to make a deal with a giant demon that was sealed underground, to have it help us destroy this city of undead that we needed to destroy. We later found out that was a terrible idea and we needed to kill the demon, which just made the process of dealing with the city of undead afterwards even more difficult. So even though, like, from an outside perspective, it's like, why are you making a deal with this obviously evil entity? It's very fun. I like being the person in the party who is a bit of a devil's advocate and is like, well, I mean, this is obviously dumb from an outside the RP perspective, but like in RP, it's like, I mean, like how are we going to destroy a whole city of undead? This demon wants to do it. It's his job. I love this lady's voice so much. Thank you. It's very sweet of you. I really appreciate it. I'm very conscious about my voice, so I really appreciate nice things about it. Thank
Very
you.
comforting.
You love my model so much. Thank you, Trouble. When you come with the numbers up, it's only day 5. The time is getting a bit low. I mean, I don't want to talk about this too much during the Curl Up with Honey. But it would be nice to see the timer go up on my subathon. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Haha. By the way, if you give 5 subs, my friend Scott will draw me an outfit of your choice. By the way,
Oh yeah. What's your next subathon goal?
the next goal is to Oh yeah, we're at 568. The next big goal, well, we've got the foot model, which we're not going to talk about. If it gets to 575 foot model, if it gets to 595, then I will ask one of my friends to live 2D rig the foot model. At 600 though, we have Dress Up Osho, which is going to be a very fun thing. Honey, have you seen? I mean, you follow me on Blue Sky. Have you seen my fit pics? My IRL fit pics, the selfies
Yes,
that I
I
take.
have. They're quite nice.
For those of you who haven't seen, I'm kind of a hot girl. There you go.
Yes.
There's the most recent one. I'm kind of a hot girl. I'm really cute and pretty. I have lots of cute clothes. I only recently, kind of like Octoberish last year, awakened to. Well, I ordered it, but I replaced my entire wardrobe with femme clothes. And I started wearing them, and Tolami's giving 10 subs. Oh, thank you! That puts us to the foot model. Okay, well, I guess we're doing that now.
Congratulations or condolences.
Condolences, I think, is what it is. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Damn. I guess I got to do this now. Okay.
Oh boy.
Well, we'll not do that today because we're in the middle of a collab, but maybe tomorrow. Thank you so much, Chalami. That is so sweet of you. We're getting very close now to the Dress Up Osho goal. The reason that I started talking about my fits is because the Dress Up Osho goal, what that is basically, I'm going to show off all of the clothes that I have, and then chat's going to decide what I wear and get to dress me up, and I'll take pictures and show you, and it'll be really cool and fun. So yeah, that's Dress Up Osho. Don't worry about the one after that. Don't worry about that one. Don't worry about that one. Don't worry about the one that says Bold Show. That one's also every 50 we spin the punishment wheel. So we'll dress me up and we'll spin a punishment wheel, which I don't want to spin, but we're going to spin it anyway.
It'll be fun.
Yeah,
hopefully.
And this whole subathon is supporting me to get facial feminization surgery because I am a trans girl and I want to be really pretty. I was doing voice training. We talked about this earlier. I was doing voice training just for stream. Well, not just for stream, just for the collab. During stream, I did a very complicated setup so that my friend could be on stream, basically hosting the stream, and I could be in a voice call with my voice training teacher without chat hearing us, because it's a private thing. It involved a lot of things, but we got it working. Anyway, I've got a goblin to draw.
I'm curious when it comes to.
Mhm.
So I'm planning on getting some vocal lessons myself.
Oh, yeah.
More along the lines for singing. And I'm
Well,
curious, how do you
you go ahead.
kind of get over the fear of presenting your, I guess, your current voice to your teacher?
You kind of just have to accept that you're doing this because you want to be better at something. You're not good at it already. And this person is going to help you get better at it than you already are. This person has helped other people get better at singing or voice training or whatever. And they've probably had people who are worse than you. They've probably had people who sound much worse at singing, who have much less pretty voices than Honey does, and stuff like that, right? Like, if you already were comfortable and were really good at singing, then you wouldn't need to do it. Like, it's because it's because it's a bit embarrassing. Like, my voice training lessons, the one that I did earlier today, involved a lot of singing. Think of the head parts. And I'm not very confident in my singing. I don't think I sound very good at all. But I'm going to do it anyway, and I'm just going to do my best because, sure, I'm not good at it now, but in the future, I hope that I can have a very pretty singing voice and a very femme singing voice. And I'm taking the lessons in order to get there. So, yeah, it's kind of just like it is awkward. But you know it's awkward, and I'm sure your teacher knows it's awkward too. And you can joke about it, you can break the ice and be like, haha, I'm having trouble doing it. But like, they're not going to laugh at you. Like, they're not going to, why would they do that? Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're not going to shame you for how you sound.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah. I think that was one of the things that, like, even though I like my voice currently, I do want to use it properly. And the idea of being in a room and making noise, just just being the center of someone else's attention is terrifying to me.
Noise. I get it.
Mhm.
It's very hard to it's very easy to feel uncomfortable with your voice. Whether you're trans or not, obviously this applies to any all kinds of people. Like, a common misconception is that, like, voice training specifically, not like singing voice training, but singing, but like not like singing training, but voice training, to like completely change the way you sound. A common misconception is that it's only for trans people, which is completely untrue. Because if you want your voice to sound different, you can absolutely do that. You can sound however you want. It's honestly and genuinely just a matter of practice and training in order to change the habits of how you talk. Because I didn't always used to sound like this. Do you want me to put on? Do you want me to put on my mask voice?
If you would like to.
I'm
I'm
fine
curious,
doing
but
it.
you don't have to.
I'm fine doing it. Honey's chat. Do you want to be jump scared? This is what I used to sound like. Not quite, actually. I can't quite sound like how I used to sound like because if you don't practice it, then you lose that voice. So I'm kind of slowly losing my formerly masculine voice. Let me hydrate first, actually.
Yeah, good idea. I should do that too.
Hydrate check. Okay. So, sorry for my squeaky water. Hydration butter. I used to. I used to sound like more like this. This is kind of where I would talk. Somewhere down here. And you like the way you vibe? Me too. I also. It's very hard to say down here. Like, my voice is kind of like pulling up. You can hear it. Like,
Yeah.
what are you crunchy dad? No, tiny. Hold on, we should start the call.
Sure. There we are.
Go. Yeah, let me turn back on mask voice. Yeah, down here, kind of. Who are you? it's really hard to. They used to sound like a robot. It's really. It's really hard to stay on that. Like, I just don't talk like that anymore. But I have clips to prove it. Like, it's really hard. Your voice has improved massively. Thank you. Yeah, like, I mean, if that is an example of, like, how you can change your voice,
Mhm.
I could. Is that what Pojo's true form sounds like? No. Ow, Choji. I have clips from like when I first started streaming when I was a little baby VTuber. Where like I was doing that like Nilbog. Hi Nilbog. How's it going? Two talented artists in one stream. Wow. Well, actually, it's two streams because we're co-streaming, so we both have a stream. But it's one chat. I'm gonna follow Nilbog. Nilbog's very cool. Yeah, like even since you've known me, I sound completely different. Yeah, like there are people I've met during streaming. Hang on, should I find a clip to show you like an actual clip from like this set of my streams?
If you'd like to. I'm curious because it's kind of fun to see how you can really shape yourself into whatever you'd like to be.
You really can, like genuinely, like for anyone who doesn't like their voice, whether for trans reasons or not, Tiny, thank you so much for the sub. That is so kind of you. For anyone who doesn't like their voice, whether it's because, you know, you'd like it to be more masculine or more feminine, or maybe you want your voice to be softer and soothing, maybe you want it to be louder, maybe you want it to be, you know, deeper or lighter, or like have a different accent or whatever you want, you can do that. You can change your voice however you want. And let me find a old clip to show you. Trying to keep the timer up. Thank you. Thank you. The timer's getting a little low. Okay. Let me have a look at how about this clip? How does this clip sound? Hold on. Let me listen first. Oh. Oh god, I sound so weird here. Okay, let me show you. This is my second clip ever. The first one is like 5 seconds, so it's quite short.
Sure.
Okay. Really? Yeah. Like, however you want to change your voice, you can change your voice. Like, my voice training teacher is a trans girl. You would never ever guess that she's a trans girl. She sounds completely like a cis girl. Like, you can really do amazing things with your voice. So much of it is like your voice is, I mean, you know, people say your voice is an instrument, but you can tune and modify that instrument in all sorts of ways. So much of the voice is just habit. It's not actually like, no one has like a natural voice. There's no such thing. Your voice is just a product of habit, and the people around you, based on how they speak, you will sort of lean towards speaking in a similar way.
I kind of imagine that your voice is kind of like an art style. It's like you can mold it into whatever you want, but it's just habit. It's just your art habits coming out into each piece.
Yeah, exactly. It's like learning an art style. Like, you can learn a totally different art style if you want to. Let me show you this clip though. This is an Oshio who sounds very different. Also, you're getting raided.
Oh, Goblin King Rory,
Goblin
welcome
King,
in.
whoa. Hi, raiders.
Your Highness, welcome.
Let me show you this clip then. Okay. Do you want me to send you the clip, or are you just gonna turn on the audio from my stream?
Then I could listen to it.
Here is the clip for Honey. There we go.
Thank you.
And let me show the clip to the people in my stream. You can pop over to my stream, Honey Goblin viewers, if you want to hear this. This is how this is genuinely how I used to sound. This is a clip from 2 years ago. My second ever clip when I played. This was me testing out my model. I didn't have the chroma keying properly. It's very funny. Anyway, here we go. Don't mind what's happening, by the way. Okay, I thought there's more audio. I'm just wiggling. I'm just wiggling. Am I gonna talk? Hang on. Why do I sound like this? Why do I sound like this? Oh my gosh, I sound so weird.
Every streamer at themselves from like 2 years ago is like, oh my gosh, I sound. This is me. What?
Oh, for sure. But like, I think that like my before after is definitely very pronounced, which is fun.
You can definitely see how much you've trained your muscles and like how
Mm.
you're tuning it to whatever you would like it to be.
Yeah.
I I think that's kind of the fun thing about streaming as well is your voice will just naturally change because of
It will.
you're just using your muscles more. And so it's really cool. I used to be way more nervous and quiet and
Mm.
like hiccup laughy because I was so nervous because I'd never done any sort of content creation and I'd had performance anxiety. And
Yeah.
so it it's fascinating listening to a clip from way back then and then listening to myself now. I'm like, "Oh my gosh, completely different. Things have
Yeah.
changed."
Yeah.
It's
Like, and you've been doing this for longer than I have. Like, I've only been streaming for like 2-ish years. Um, how long have you been streaming for?
I started streaming, I think it was April 24th, 2021, I think, or 2022. It was just after the pandemic started, I think.
You
I
generally just thought she had an accent? You mean, oh, sorry, hold on. You mean Oceanax
no,
does have an accent, but you didn't hear anything weird with her voice? Like, wait, you didn't notice that I was trans? Whoa, thank you. It's very kind of you. It's very validating for you to say that. Hi, Sacco. I saw you pop in earlier, but I think Scott was holding the stream. How are you, Sacco? Sacco was another very cool artist, by the way.
oh,
Sorry, I interrupted you. What were you saying? I apologize.
that's okay. I was like, I think I started VTubing in the pandemic, like the beginning of it. So in April, we're coming up on 4 years of streaming.
Hmm. Oh,
So it's been a
let's
bit.
go. Let's go. Heck yeah.
Let's go.
Oh,
We made it this far.
important question. How many fingers do you have?
I have same number as humans, so four
Okay.
fingers and a thumb.
Okay. Because when I
But
drew the
yeah,
yodels, they had one less. Hi,
Yordles have a
Butterface
little
Man Dude
less.
Guy. It's a
Hello.
great name.
It is a very good name, yeah. Very memorable.
Mm.
But yeah, I
I
think
love one of the most fun things about streaming is just seeing so many fun usernames.
hmm
Like there are all sorts of usernames, and it is very fun to see them.
I like to see what people come up with their names because sometimes it's very funny, and then sometimes you get the people who are like, "This is just kind of what I would like to be called," and it's like
Yeah,
that's nice. And I try to make sure I pronounce them right because sometimes they use ones that are different languages, and I'm like, I would do my
yeah,
best.
yeah. I'll always try my best, but obviously, stream is only human, so like,
Mhm.
we make mistakes. But I think most people
Exactly.
understand that.
Yeah. I think that's one of the nice things about being a person is just like, yeah, we're probably gonna make a mistake. We just gotta pick ourselves back
Mm,
up and then go like, okay, next time.
yeah, for sure. Like, it's very it's very frustrating when some people don't understand that. It's like, especially like growing up, I was very like, I guess like scared of making mistakes. Like, I was very good at a lot of subjects, like in school. But I think a side effect of that was that I kind of I had a bit of a fear of failing. Um, so like if I ever did anything wrong, I would be very like I would not enjoy it. Um, and like doing art has really kind of helped with that because it's like doing art is a lot more like you're not gonna do stuff right. You've kind of just got to accept that.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I think that's one of the nice things about it is that art is meant to kind of be messy and a hard thing to
yeah,
learn, and you're not gonna be good at it when you first start.
yeah,
But that's the nice part about it is
you've
like, you're not gonna be good when you start.
yeah, like I consider myself quite a perfectionist with my art. But even then, like I've always had I don't really know how I've managed to do this, to be honest, but I've always managed to have what I think is a very good attitude for learning to draw. Because my attitude learning to draw and doing my art has always been that I'm just going to draw something to the best of my ability at this moment. Like, it's not going to look, perfect. It's not going to look like, like a masterpiece, because I'm still learning. But I'm going to draw something to the best of my ability right now. And the next time I draw something, I'm going to draw something to the best of my ability, and so on and so forth. And I think that has really helped, I think that's really helped me sort of grow, because I know a lot of other people kind of struggle with, feeling like their art doesn't look the way they want it to, and I really get it. It's very hard to escape from that kind of mentality, right? Also, don't mind me asking this question. How big boobs does Honey have? Pretty slender,
No
I think,
worries.
right?
Fairly slender. So I think I got like B cups.
Gotcha. I'm gonna talk trans for a second here. I've been on
Sure.
HRT for a year and 4 months.
Oh yeah.
I have A cup boobs IRL. I would like a little bit more. I would like a little bit more. A lot of trans girls. I don't know how many trans people you know, but I feel like it's very common among trans girls to want really huge boobs.
Yeah.
I kind of just want B or C, and then I'll be Gucci. And then my friends are like, I would like F cup boobs, and I'm like, are you sure? Are you sure about that? I mean, go for it, girl, but
I wonder how much of that is not just a trans femme experience, but a cis femme experience as
I'm
well.
sure it's a cis femme experience as well. I'm sure it is.
I was
I mean, I didn't really grow up as a girl, so you'll be the expert here on this one.
Yeah.
Like, um, I,
I think while I was growing up, I had
mm,
so I had this thing where I was not chubby in my teens, but I was like heavier
mm,
because, when you're a
yeah,
teenager, you're in that awkward phase of like you have like maybe one more growth spurt left in you and then you're an adult. But at one point I
yeah,
had D cups
mm,
and I was particularly active, so I had to wear really tight sports bras.
mm,
And because I had breasts at a younger age of like 12, I think I had B
right, yeah,
cups. I may not have actually
yeah.
gone through that of like, oh, I want bigger boobs. I was like, no, this is fine. Like, I am okay.
Yeah, that's pretty understandable. If you just are immediately going to jump to a bigger size than your peers, I know a lot of girls who have wanted smaller. Um, like it's very common. I think it's very common. I mean, it's much more of a cis femme experience to want smaller boobs than trans femme.
Mhm.
Um, like because some of my trans femme friends, they get big boobs. It can happen with HRT. You can get lucky with the genetic lottery, the HRT lottery, and end up
Mhm.
with big, massive boobs. And most trans girls who have ended up with that seem pretty happy to have bigger boobs. Huge bazonkas, says the girl who has those huge bazonkas, Zoe. You're one of the people I'm talking about. Um, like, yeah, it's a very different experience. It's a very different experience. It's really interesting.
Yeah.
Um,
Because I don't
Also,
think
could you send me a
there's.
reference of you so I can draw your
Oh,
hair?
for sure.
Is that okay? Oh, she was
Absolutely.
talking about your boobs. I am Zoe.
My
Um,
tubbies.
I
I
think you'd
think
like
that's one of the.
these. I think they'd be pretty proportionate with your build. Yeah, I think a lot of trans girls kind of. I think what it is for trans girls is trans girls kind of want to be seen as feminine. And obviously, like, boobs as opposed to less boobs, like, more boobs is like more, it's like perceived as like more obviously feminine, I guess.
Mhm.
Because, like, like, um, I used to think this way too. I used to be like, honey's getting raided by Cyrene. Wow. Hi,
Thanks, Siren, for
raiders.
the raid. Welcome in.
um, I used to be like, I want big boobs because I felt like, because I felt a lot worse about my body. I felt like I had really broad shoulders. I felt like my physique was really masculine. I was like, in order to become more feminine, I was like, I need bigger boobs to like
Mm.
make it obvious that I'm a girl. But since becoming more, a lot more confident with my body and the way that I look, that feeling's basically just gone away. It's like, well, now I don't really care. Like, I don't really want. I mean, I wouldn't say no to big boobs, but like, I don't really. I don't feel the urge to like. Oh, I want boobs so that I look like a girl. It's like I
Mm.
already look like a girl. I don't need big boobs. But I think a lot of trans girls probably struggle with like feeling like they need boobs to be a girl.
Yeah, I
Um,
can. I think like
boobs are just nice.
the
That's true, Volks.
they are
Sorry,
just
honey.
nice. I just think they're pretty neat.
Mm,
But yeah, I think they a lot of like femme experience, I guess, growing up cis
mm.
is like so much of a femme experience is growing up and having people be strange about your chest.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's something that, like, yeah, definitely trans girls have avoided that, right, for obvious
Mhm.
reasons. Which definitely would result in a very different way you perceive your own, your own boobs, your own chest. Um, like, there's a lot of, there's a lot of people who, you know, like, I
I
know
think
growing up with, like, mask friends, like, there are people that just, like, really don't, like, really are pretty horrible and pretty, like, uncomfortable about the way they talk about girls. Um, and it very much justifies, like, you know, um, girls who feel uncomfortable about their body as a result. And it's really unfortunate because feeling uncomfortable about your body is not very nice at all. There's a song, I forgot what it's called. Crunchy audio again. Okay, let's remake the call. One
all
sec.
right. There we go.
Where do we draw in? I'm drawing in Clip Studio. What is Honey using?
I drew on Clip Studio as well.
Oh, there we go. Um,
But yeah, we're talking. Oh yes,
I've
the bodies growing up are so strange because of
I forgot what I was gonna
how.
say. Oh yeah, there's a lot of overlap between, like, like a trans experience and just like a cis experience.
Mhm.
Um, there's a song, I forgot what it's called. But like, the song is talking about, the lyrics include, like, one of the lyrics is like, I want to be a girl. But it's not like a trans song. It's a song about, it's a song about a cis girl who doesn't like her body and wants to be a girl in the sense that, like, she wants to be pretty and wants to, like, look like, how girls are perceived. Um,
Mhm.
but it kind of became like a lot of trans people um, are drawn to the song because it's such a similar experience. Like, whether you're a cis girl or a trans girl, um, it is so easy to get drawn into that, like, I'm not a girl because of the way I look. I'm not a girl because I don't have big boobs. I don't have this slim and curvy body. I'm not like as pretty as other girls. I don't have as nice hair as other girls. I don't sound as pretty as other girls. Like, there's this like high level of perfectionism, that is like almost demanded of girls. That can really, it can be really damaging to people's self-esteem.
Yeah. There is a certain level of depending on how you grew up, because everyone's experience is different.
Yeah.
There's a certain level of what makes you a girl and how much are you worth if you are not a
Yeah.
girl.
Yeah.
And that's a really tricky one to unpack, because then it ties your sense of self-worth to other people's opinion of what a woman is and how valuable
Yeah.
that is. And that just is an impossible standard to keep up with, because
Yeah.
beauty's in the eye of the beholder. You cannot be beautiful to everyone. So why
Yeah.
try?
Yeah. Like, I'm much more concerned with looking like I want to look pretty to me. Like, so I've mentioned a couple of times that this something that I'm doing is raising money for me to get facial feminization surgery. And one of the things that I was tasked to do by the surgeon, or by their assistant actually, before the consultation, is to gather a bunch of pictures of people that I want to look like as reference, basically, but for my face. um, and you're having the topic. If this is too heavy, we can stop talking. I don't consider this particularly heavy. Or
No,
just
this
like
is not
an
heavy to
interesting
me.
topic of conversation, but we can stop talking about it if you prefer.
No, I find this very interesting. Like I find
Mm,
the experiences of different people with gender and
yeah,
sex very fascinating, because it's so
yeah.
varied.
Like we're talking about gender and stuff like that. Gender is so cool.
Mhm.
Um, yeah. So I was tasked to get a bunch of to gather a bunch of pictures of like girls that I want to look like, basically. Um, and I brought this to stream, and I was like, "Chat, I don't know what I want to look like. Do you have any suggestions?" Um, and it's really that really made me realize, like, with the suggestions chat we're giving, um, like the sort of face that is like my goal is absolutely not the same as what other people would suggest as like, oh, suggest pretty girls, basically, right? Um, like so many of them, I was like, I mean, she's pretty, but I don't necessarily want to look like that. Like it's really like it just really made me realize like there's really no point trying to look how someone else wants you to look, because other people have completely different standards of what they like in the way someone looks, in beauty, in, like however you want to be perceived. Like trying to tie yourself to that is really, um, it's a fool's errand. Like there's, you're not going to get anywhere with it, right?
Yeah.
Um,
I think there's also a hard thing to break down as well, especially when you're trying to figure out how you look, is do you want to look like the people that you are attracted to? Or do you need
yeah.
to separate that? Am I attracted to them because I want to look like them, or am I attracted to them because I want to be in a romantic relationship with the person who has this face? Like,
Mm.
it's a different thing to consider that I'd imagine would be another
It's
level of things
very
to think about.
that's a very interesting thing to bring up actually, because my the whys in my brain that govern what I find pretty in someone else and what I find pretty for myself are definitely very crossed. Um, there's definitely a lot of overlap there. Um, not all of it. But like, well, I guess like, I don't know, like, well, not exactly, because when I see like when there's like a look that I'm like, I love that look, I love this person, I love how they look, I love their whole vibe. Um, when it's like a look that I want to look like, that I really kind of resonate with, um, there'll be a bit of jealousy, I guess. Um, whereas with looks that I think are just pretty, where like, like it's not like I'd say no to, looking like insert random anime girl here, right? Or insert random person here. Um, like if it's like a femme person, I mean, like I probably wouldn't say no. Um, but like that doesn't necessarily mean it would be like my ideal self, like how I would want to present myself. Like um, I would probably sort of alter and modify how I present in that look to be more in line with like how I want to look. Um, there's overlap, but it's like an interesting and different feeling.
Mhm.
It's really hard to explain. It's really hard to explain. Um, I imagine it's probably similar to um, for like lesbian girls who
Mm.
are into girls, but also probably want to look a certain way. And like, there's probably some overlap there because what you find pretty is going to be pretty kind of regardless, right? Like, I don't know, let me give an example. Like Honey's hair. Honey's hair is very pretty. Um,
Thank you.
I like Honey's hair. I, if someone came up to me and was like, "Hey, do you want to have Honey's hairstyle?" I'd be like, I mean, sure. I mean, it's pretty hair. Why don't like? I'm not going to say no. Um,
Mhm.
but like, the hair that I have, like, let's say on my model, for example, I also think it's pretty. It's probably a bit more me. Um, so like, I don't really know where I'm going with this, but like, there's this sort of like I think these things are both pretty. And there's overlap between what is pretty. And pretty things are pretty regardless, but only some pretty things are the things that I want myself to be. I guess. I don't know if that makes sense.
I think it makes a little bit of sense to me. I think genuinely the really important thing is like if it makes sense to you, that's the
Mm,
big one. I feel like if I
yeah.
had oh, I forgot there's an ad coming up in a little bit in like 2 minutes.
Oh,
But yeah, I feel like it is an interesting thing to look inwards and go like, okay, what am I like on the inside and how would I want my outside to
yeah.
reflect that?
Yeah. Yeah. That's exactly it.
Hmm. And that can be a hard thing to do sometimes because that takes a lot of looking into yourself, finding out what you like, what you don't
Mm,
like, the parts of yourself you want to accentuate, or do you want to keep some parts
yeah.
of yourself that you don't like because it feels more faithful to you? It's a very delicate balance, I'm sure.
Yeah. Appreciating something that looks nice, but also recognizing what look is you. Yeah. Like, it's that sort of thing. Like I'm sure that you see, um, you know, I'm sure that you see girls wearing pretty dresses and whatever, and you're like, whoa, they look really good. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you want to wear that dress. Um, like I said, like consistent look. Maybe it's like a one-time thing, but like, it's kind of like that.
Yeah, I think that's
And it is similar to VTubing, yeah.
VTubing is very cool because you'll notice people will change their designs as
Mm,
they go on too, where it's like they'll find other aspects that they like and they want to emphasize more, and some they want to downplay more. And so
yeah.
VTubing, people go through different phases.
I
And
always, I always encourage, I always say to people, to VTubers, like, if you're if you're feeling hesitant about like a redesign, whether it's a small one or a complete change in look and style and character, um, don't be hesitant because of if you think like, oh, my viewers are I'll lose viewers because I'm not like a cat girl anymore, I'm a dog girl. Like whatever you think is most you is what you'll have the most fun with and what you will express yourself the most with and what you'll ultimately be able to enjoy the most, right?
Mhm. I think being yourself will attract more of the crowd that you would like than trying to
Yeah.
appeal to a specific demographic. Doesn't mean that like what you like also can't fit into a certain demographic. You know, like nothing wrong with being a pink-haired cat girl. I think that's okay.
Hmm.
So long as you are
Yeah.
okay being that and you feel it's
Yeah.
comfortable for you.
There's lots of ways to appreciate things that aren't either aspiration or desire. Yeah, that's true as well. You wanted to start VTubing years ago, and it took you a long while to work out what felt like you before you eventually settled on a fae. Yeah, I settled on magical girl pretty quickly. That's an interesting question, actually. Did you ever consider anything other than a goblin when you were like, I'm gonna be a VTuber? What was the process? What did you do?
I did not expect any of it to get this far, honestly. So I went with a goblin because it was a design I already had and I wasn't using it really that much. And I was like, oh, okay, let me give this a shot. Tried to make a 2D avatar, just
Oh,
learn the
was it like a
program.
D&D character?
Yeah, it was a D&D character,
Yeah, a lot of
kind
people
of.
a lot of people started with D&D
Hmm.
and turned D&D characters into their models, which I think is really fun.
Hmm. I think the ads started to run on your end.
Yeah,
I can probably run
it's
the ads on
fine.
my end and we can come back to it if you'd like.
Um,
Just because my ads.
well, we could stagger them. If you're on my channel, you can watch Honey's
Oh,
stream to avoid the
true. We could
ads.
stagger them.
Smile.
Good point. But yeah, and so I ran with that. But the other option I had was to be a candle VTuber.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was a neat idea that I really liked, and I still have the design that I'm like I keep workshopping it. I've turned it into an OC since. And if I ever did rebrand, I think it could be really fun.
That's a
It's
fun idea.
yeah. I think oh well,
Wow, some gifted subs to Honey.
thank you, Pestle. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. But yeah, we're gonna have an ad break in about 2 minutes on my channel. So pretty much as soon as
Mm-hmm.
OCO's ads are done, we'll have some on my channel, so
Good
you can go more
timing.
back.
That means you can switch over to
Yeah,
my channel to avoid the ads. Smile.
exactly. But yeah, I went with a candle because it was very something about it was unique enough to me where I'm like, this feels nice and gentle, and I can
Mm,
mold wax into whatever I want. Uh,
yeah.
the reason I didn't go with it though is because I didn't know how to animate fire in Live 2D. So it was a
Honestly
limitation.
valid. Honestly valid.
But I'm glad I kept the design, and it was
Mm,
a very I'm a little sentimental about it because it feels like a part of me that gets to exist in my own space, and it's nice.
yeah. We're so high Vex. You exist to make Honey panic.
Oh, Pestle does.
Hey, we're doing a subathon over here. We're 21 subs away from our next goal, by the way. Wink, nudge, nudge, wink, nudge, nudge. In case any Osho viewers want to do that. Smile. Anyway.
Just kidding.
How goes the subathon? We're nearly below 6 hours, which is scary. Um, if we don't get more in the subathon, tomorrow's stream is going to be the last one. Which is a little scary, but I mean, if it happens, right? Um,
Mhm.
let's
I think
do
it's.
yes.
I'm very curious about the models that you have planned. I
Uh, about the what? Sorry.
about the model you've planned. Oh, Fairy
The
Sammy,
foot
thank
model?
you for the raid. Yeah, that one. Oh gosh.
Sammy! Hi, Sammy.
Oh no. You came just in time for the ad break. Oh no.
It's fine. Listen, there's no ads on my end. There's
That's
no ads on my
true.
underrators. Smile. The ads just ended.
Fairy Sammy has very good rig. They're
I
very
know.
cool.
Sammy is so cool. I love Sammy so
Mhm.
much. He's a collab. Yeah. Hi, Sammy. Hello.
Hi. Welcome in. So sorry if you
We're
get
drawing each
ads,
other.
because I can't snooze them anymore. They're coming.
No. No.
But in case no one has met Sammy, Sammy has absolutely lovely models. Check them out.
Yes.
They're very, very skilled. Very cool.
Please go follow Sammy.
Ad pins
Sammy's so
wheel.
cool.
Yeah. But yeah, honey, your model looks fantastic, by the way. Are you an artist? Yeah, thank you, Vix. I made it myself.
Honey,
I'm sorry.
if a flower represented you, what flower would it be? This is relevant to my
Ooh.
drawing of you.
Interesting. Probably a sunflower.
Okay.
My friends, when I would go hang out with them, they would call me a little sunflower because as soon as the sun went down, I would get sleepy and fall asleep in the car. So it was a funny little nickname I got, and kind of fitting. I do love sleeping.
Me
It's one of my
too.
favorite activities.
There was a yawn counter on my stream because I yawned so much.
How often did you yawn on a stream?
I have yawned 1,368 times on stream.
Oh my gosh. That's so many. The fact that you're counting, impressive.
Well, we've got a bot for that.
Oh my
So
gosh.
it does the
1,300.
counting for me. Does you follow Honey? Yes, please follow Honey. I highly recommend Honey. She's so cool.
But also, Fairy Sammy, thank you for the raid. And if you're caught in the ads, I'm so sorry.
No.
Thank you for the raid, Sammy. You're so cool.
Sammy's so cool.
But yeah, Sammy is another self-made rigger
Yeah.
and artist. Extremely cool work. I love to see it. You're free for that.
Yeah.
Let's go. Welcome back.
Woohoo!
But yeah, we're just drawing and chilling.
Yeah, I'm having a really good time. I hope you are too.
Yeah, I am. I'm loving this art. It's very fun to draw with you.
Thank you. It's very fun to draw with you too.
I think it's nice to watch other artists draw and see what their process is. Sammy says, "No, you both are literally such talented artists." Oh, thank you.
Why? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
It's very kind of you. Let's do this, I think.
There are always moments where I'm like, no way, this artist follows me. Oh gosh. They're so cool. Oh gosh. And then I have a little panic.
Finding out you're being followed by someone you look up to is it's a very cool feeling.
It's a cool feeling, and then part of me is like, do they want me to keep posting? I can keep posting.
Whoa.
But yeah, it's very fun. Because I get
It's been
to
a
see
few
their
hours. How you
art.
both feeling? Oh, that's a good point. Do let me know, honey, whenever you need to stop or anything. I'm good to keep going.
Gotcha. I'm good to keep going.
But if
for
you
a
have
little
to,
bit.
okay.
I have.
How about I save your work? Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah,
I should do
great
that.
idea.
I don't think I've saved it all actually. Oh.
I do have an appointment that I gotta leave for in about 25-ish minutes.
Oh yeah, that sounds fine.
So we're good for a little bit.
Thank you for the save, Maxine. Very kind.
Thank you.
I'm currently trying to design a magical girl outfit for Honey.
I distracted you by making you yap so much.
You did. I mean, I'm probably going to get the sketch done, but I don't think I'll have line art. But that just means that I'll finish it another time.
Exactly. I'll probably get the line art maybe done, and then the sketch or the color afterwards. I usually take a couple streams to do stuff.
Yeah. How long will it take you to like finish a drawing?
It really depends on what kind of drawing it is, because it can take me.
An illustration of this background.
Okay. Illustration, simple background. Maybe 6-ish hours, depending on what poses. Because like this so far has taken me about 2 hours to get to the almost done line art stage.
Oh, I'm crunchy again. Okay, one more. Let's enjoy.
There we are.
There we go.
Hopefully it's better.
Should be better now.
Excellent.
Let's do this. Okay, that seems like a good idea. And then like this. I'm gonna do the same here. Oh yeah, I like that. That's cool. Audio's good again. Yeah, leaving and rejoining the Discord call usually fixes that. I don't know why Discord is like this, but Discord is like this.
Discord is like this, and we have to live by the rules of Discord sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's rough, but that's all right.
Whimsy, I can't believe your favorite crossover of all time is happening in our world. Oh my gosh, thank you. Do you know Whimsy, honey?
I don't know if I've seen their content.
Whimsy's very cool and is an amazing artist. And you should follow Whimsy, everyone. I love Whimsy so much. Whimsy does very, very pretty art.
Let me take a look. Sorry, don't mean to put you on the spot.
No. I'm sure Whimsy doesn't mind.
Ooh. Very cute. I like your line art.
Cherry flavored games. Thank you for the raid. Hello there. How was your stream? What were you up to? I would love to hear about it. Welcome in your raiders. We're currently doing collab with the lovely Honey Goblin.
Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. But yeah, sorry, I'm just looking at Whimsy's art. I do like
it's very nice, isn't it?
It's good.
Love Goblins, you look so cute. Honey's very cute. I love Honey's model so much. It's so cool.
Oh, I actually have seen some of Whimsy's art.
Don't perceive you. Get perceived, ha ha ha.
I saw your art of the brand new animal character. I've forgotten her name, but it's very cute. It's her at the beach.
Oh.
Very, very cute. Very nice colors. Made everything look soft. It's very cool. And thank you, Evian. But yeah, I love looking at other people's art.
Hi, Jesu-chan.
There's so much learning to be had when you study other people's art.
There is, yeah. Didn't expect the crossover. Hello, Jesu-chan. Yeah. It's a Honey and Osho collab. I think this could be a cool idea. Okay. Let me design one more thing. Here. We're gonna do a bit of a magic wand. There we go.
Goblin modeled my character, definitely taking inspo. Yeah, go for it. I'll show you a little something I did for the proportions.
Ooh.
that Oshio is using right now.
Oh, yes, yeah.
It's the what's it called? The little guide of different ways you can draw goblins. There's
It's
really
a
not
little
a whole lot
guy,
of
little
rules.
guide.
It's a little guide to a little guy. Exactly. But yeah, there's not too many rules when it comes to drawing them, which is the fun part.
Mm.
You can kind of just do what you need, and they can look however you want. It's just getting used to making characters look short.
Yeah. Like for me, it's learning how to make the proportions look decent and not very strange. Just a little guide doing its best. Yeah.
Little guy. Let's see, there we go.
Me go.
I wonder what the big appeal is
Mhm.
for because it feels like goblins have had kind of a bad rep in D&D where it's just like we just go in and kill a bunch of goblins and I'm like, okay, well, I
Yeah.
guess. But then
They
something
kind of had
shifted.
this resurgence.
Hmm. I wonder if it's because of Critical Role.
I'm not sure.
Because that's the one
I
that
really
I
don't know.
attributed to. Because I don't quite know either. It's quite nice. I like it.
Mm.
Because there's a lot of fun to be had with small characters.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
I wonder, for your tiefling character, what drew you to a tiefling?
Pardon?
For your tiefling character, what drew you to being a tiefling?
Gonna be honest. The idea of being a sexy hot demon girl.
Nice. Nice.
I kind of when I made this character, after like, because the DM's a good friend of mine and a fellow trans girl, and I kind of just decided like, I'm just gonna make this character like, I'm not gonna try to make this character something that I'm not. I'm just gonna try to make this character like a cute, pretty girl that I, think is really cute and who I want to be and want to roleplay as, because role playing as being a pretty cute and hot girl is very fun and makes me feel good.
Yeah.
And rather than trying to play like a character that's like, I don't know, quirkier, I guess, like something more different from my sort of typecast, I was just like, oh, she'll just do the thing that you want to be. Just do it. So I did.
Yeah. I think one of my favorite characters to play was a goblin
Mhm.
barbarian because I could be kind of silly and not the brightest tool in the shed, but still have fun with it. And only
Yeah.
kind of suffer the consequences of my action if you have high constitution.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Definitely
that
one
was
of the
the fun part.
benefits.
Yeah, I think that was probably one of my favorite parts was like I had the freedom to try weird things and not have to worry about suffering the drastic consequences of potentially death for my
Yeah.
character.
Depends on the situation. On my session on last Sunday with the Tiefling girl, that was only session 2,
Oh yeah?
and she nearly died.
Wow.
And the reason she nearly died was not because of like a hard encounter or anything like that. It's because she another character fell into a pitfall trap that was
Oh
very
no.
long, that was 400 feet deep. And as a result, we both very nearly died of fall damage. So even if your character is high constitution, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're, necessarily safer. There are a lot of things that can get them, especially because, if you're on the front lines, then you may be more likely to take damage.
Yeah, that's true.
Hi, Kakata Warrior.
Hi, Kirk.
I'm glad you've been enjoying the collab.
Mm. I hope you're doing well.
I think this design is pretty fun. I tried to design your wand based on your little halo thing.
Ooh, smart. Reusing the design elements.
And like honestly, your outfit already is very magical girl coded.
Yeah,
so
it's a little card capture Sakura coded.
Very, yeah. So I kind of just I'm just going to design something that looks like a honey goblin outfit, but isn't her current outfit.
Sure.
I don't know if I'm going to have time for much line art today. But I could try. Try.
There's no rush and no need to finish this. That's the nice thing.
I do want to finish it. I started it, so I want to.
I want to finish this
as well.
a
retro honey, we saw a little sneak peek of what a retro honey could look like earlier, didn't we? Over here. Imagine that, but in Osho style. Smile. Yeah, I'll finish this sometime.
Yeah.
Just a little card capture looks at the wings, but nothing specific. Looks at the wings. It's like wings is specifically card capture. Sailor Moon has wings too.
True. They're not specifically only card capture, but it's very clear what the inspiration was. And there's nothing wrong with taking inspiration.
I love your outfit. It's very cute.
Thank you. I like your magical girl look. It's
thank you.
Magician-esque in some ways, and I kind of like that.
Yeah, I really wanted to I wanted an outfit that is magical girl, but I wanted it to be very. I had a few things in mind designing it. I wanted it to not. I wanted to design it like an anime would design a character. So I wanted to keep the details lower. My design does not have a lot of intricate details or anything like that. It's quite simple. It uses very limited colors. But I also wanted it to there's sort of a look for magical girls that is very common. The frilly magical girl look. If you know what I mean. Hi, Vandal, welcome in. How are you? A very sort of, if you know, Precure.
Yeah.
Kind of Precure style magical girls. They tend to be very frilly, which is cute and magical girl. But I kind of didn't want to be super frilly. I wanted an outfit that feels at least semi-practical. And also I like skin tight stuff. So I was like, okay, I'm going to do some sort of skin tight suit that looks like it is possible for someone to run around and jump around wearing this outfit without being massively inconvenienced. And I also wanted to sort of, I guess I don't know. There's just things that I liked to incorporate. I like asymmetry a lot. So I made the design very asymmetrical, which I think is very fun. Spirit Eater, I noticed you. Hello. Another reason that I made it asymmetrical as well. My model it's kind of a drawback to my model, but my model is not reversible. Because I'm not a VTuber model, so I don't face straight forward by default. I sort of face to the side.
Yeah.
But because my design is not reversible, I can only ever face to the left. Otherwise, it will look weird. But I kind of like that because it makes it feel like it wasn't designed to be a VTuber model. It was designed to be an anime model. So I kind of like that it works like that. I kind of like that there's slight inconvenience for it being a VTuber because it makes it feel more like an anime model would actually be.
Mm-hmm. I think.
But I definitely I went through a lot of iteration.
Mm.
I did not land on this design like immediately. I went through a lot of versions and tweaking and like hairstyles and stuff like that. But I'm very happy with where I ended up.
I said
I'm
hello,
hoping
Bandle.
actually. Sorry?
Oh, I just said hello, Bandle.
Oh. I'm hoping actually to make some new outfits in the future. Oh, have I told you what my idea is for like for future outfits for my model?
Ooh, I don't think you
Because I
have,
want like
no.
alternate outfits. Because at the moment I have my school outfit and my magical outfit. And I magically change between them. What I want to do, any outfits that I make in the future, I'd really like for them to be sort of paired. So each new outfit will come as a set of two. So it'll be a non-magical outfit, like my school outfit, and a magical outfit, like my magical girl outfit, with a transformation between them. To give some examples, one of the things that I'm planning is to have a goth Oshio outfit.
Ooh.
So I'll have a goth Oshio as like a non-magical form, and then for a magical form, I will have a dark magical girl look, like an evil magical girl kind of appearance. Hi, Goblin, welcome, man. Is that Osho is a goblin? It might be.
Yeah.
Honey has been teaching me how to draw goblins. I've been drawing Honey. Here's Honey. And
It's been
Honey's
pretty
been drawing me in the
fun.
meantime, and we've been yapping a lot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
The two
please make sure that
yappers in a
you. Please,
room.
can we get a shout out for Goblin, please? Another amazing goblin. Gobby, Lynn was actually how I rediscovered, I guess, Honey Goblin because
Oh, yeah.
well, like I said, I'd seen Honey's stuff ages and ages ago before I started streaming. But when I started streaming, I was much more involved in like very smaller VTuber communities. And I can't remember how I found Lynn. But you two did a collab, and I was like, wait a sec. I know who that is. I recognize that. I recognize that goblin. And he was one of the first videos we watched. Yeah. Like, I never actually watched Honey's streams. I just saw like her design, like on social media and stuff. And I was like, whoa, that's so cool. So it was very like, whoa, damn, like finding and interacting and collabing with these VTubers that like were part of the inspiration to get me started on VTubing, basically. It's very cool and it's very awesome. So
Mm-hmm.
thank you for collabing with me, honey.
Nice. Thank you for
I'm very
inviting
honored.
me.
Yeah.
It's very
Uh,
it's very fun to collab because this collab
mm.
feels very gentle and I like that.
I really like doing art collabs. They're probably my favorite kind of collab. Because they're very just sort of relaxed and chill, and it's a just chatting collab, but you get to draw as well and draw some fun stuff, and it's really cool and it's really fun. Hi, Sun King. It's really nice.
I think the thing that because I get nervous with collabs because
Mm.
a lot of people when they do collabs are very snappy and quick and very funny
Yeah,
with comebacks.
yeah.
I'm a lot slower with my words and thought process.
Me too. I'm so bad. Like, I talk a lot, but I'm not very, like I'm really bad at, like I'm not very good with, like, quips or, like, funny one-liners or, like, making jokes and stuff like that. I
Mhm.
tend to just sort of talk. Um, Hi, Osho, who's your cute goblin friend? This is Honey Goblin, who is a very talented
Ooh,
artist and live-to-do rigger.
thank you. That's very kind of you to say.
It's true. Tell me I'm wrong. You can't.
I can't. I can't tell you you're wrong. It's an opinion.
It's impossible.
Is it possible?
She is the bone wizard. That makes sense that you inherited a necromancer stuff, that you're a
Yep.
bone wizard.
I'm the
Did you
bone
wait,
wizard.
did you make that law with that in mind? Or is it just like is it just coincidental?
It's coincidental and it worked quite well, actually.
That's really funny.
I put the bones in them.
Mm. As someone who's starting content creation, you need more practice if you plan on doing collabs. Um, the best way that I would suggest, don't approach a collab like it's some big thing. Just like hang out with your friends, because that will
Mhm.
produce the best vibes.
Yeah, it's hard to. So there's a couple ways you can approach collabs, which there are different points for each one. But
Mm.
one of the common ones is to treat it like an interview, where you're introducing yourself and getting to know the person, or you make it more casual, where you have something to do together.
Mm.
There's definitely benefits to both, and I would say this art collab is a little bit of a mix of both.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of fun where it's like there is a rhythm, there is a subject we can focus on if we don't
Mm.
know, but it's cool. I like it.
Yeah. It is cool.
I think
Um.
especially since VTubers rely so heavily on art and assets to create a character and build a world and an atmosphere. It's fascinating to
Mm.
see how they choose their aesthetic and
Yeah.
what makes them feel like it suits them and if why they feel so strongly about it to make it their themselves, I guess, their avatars.
Yeah. It's really just like there's something very nice about like the first time you collab with someone who you know that you like vibe with already, even if you haven't collabed before. Which is kind of the case with like Ani and I. Because like we've both been in each other's streams and enjoyed the vibes, I assume. I assume so. I don't want to put words into your mouth.
Yeah.
Um, but like the first time you do a collab is the first time to kind of, unless you've like talked off stream before, but we hadn't like talked like this, like before the collab. We just talked through text and stuff like that and been in each other's streams. And the first time you get to talk, um, it does, as you say, especially if you're doing art at the same time, it really makes this nice combination of like getting to know each other and like talking about really interesting topics that you, because you've never talked, you get to breach these topics and be like, oh, like it's really interesting your perspective on blah, 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 blah. Um,
Mhm.
and kind of casually find out things about each other. Um, but it's still really comfy and cozy because like you've been in each other's streams, so you know that you get along. It's not like you've it's not like we hadn't met before. It's not like we're complete strangers. Like
Mhm.
because otherwise that would be awkward. Like
Yeah.
definitely biggest advice I can give for collabs is like make sure that you have hung out in their stream plenty before you approach someone for a collab. You need to make sure that their vibes match whatever you like for your vibes. Um, it should be up to them to do the same for you for responding to like the collab. Like I've been approached for like a lot of interview collabs before, which are a lot more forgiving in terms of like I haven't really seen this person very much before, but it's an interview collab, so the whole point of it is that they don't really know you that well, so and they're asking questions. Um, but definitely for like games and stuff, you definitely do want to um make sure that you've gotten to know someone first.
Mhm. I think getting to know someone, especially before you do any sort of long form collab games, is a
Yeah.
good idea. Like playing, I guess, Marvel Rivals or like things where
Yeah.
there are matches is fine if you're getting to know someone in your stream, if you're comfortable with that. I think if you're
Mm.
gonna play like a long form game like It Takes Two, maybe don't use that one to meet the person.
Yeah, It Takes Two is definitely, I've done a collab with that before. It's very fun. There's definitely a lot more of something to play with someone who you know very well, and you can get on each other's nerves very well.
Yeah. I think when you're able to, when you know someone well enough to rile them up, that's when you're like, this is probably a safe enough time to ask for a
Yeah,
collab if you haven't already.
yeah. It can be very hard to like approach people with collabs. It's. I don't think I've ever get out of that point of being of worrying like, oh, the crunch is back. Oh, hold on.
Unfortunate.
We'll do one more. This will be the last one because I think you have to your thing to go to soon.
Yeah, I do have to head out soon.
So let's reconnect one more time so we can say bye to everyone.
Okay.
There we go. We're back. Hopefully that's fixed up.
All right.
Yeah. I don't think you ever get out of the point of like being, hesitant to approach people. Like, so I approached Honey for this club. I do you mind if I talk vaguely about numbers?
Oh, sure thing. Go ahead.
Extreme numbers. Like Honey's a bigger streamer than me, right? Honey is like at least in terms of like the amount of viewers that are typically in your streams that I see. I'm not going to mention specific numbers, but you're typically around like 5 times bigger than me ish. But like, I didn't honestly like. I was a little bit like. I mean, I could be nervous about like, oh, maybe she's not going to care because I'm too small. But like, when you think about it, like that's never ever really the case. Like, the only thing you should think about, and the only thing that I was thinking about was like, I've been in Honey's streams a bunch. I've seen Honey in my streams. I've had a great time in her streams. I'm pretty sure that she's had a great time like chatting with me when I'm chatting in her streams and like when she's dropped back to my streams. I like her vibes. I feel like our vibes would mesh. We have similar vibes. I'm a little bit higher energy, but we're both very like, we're not super chaotic and crazy usually. So I was like, and we both do art. So I was like, well, why not? Why not broach the topic? Why not just be like, hey, do you want to do some art together? Because we have that shared interest, right?
Yeah.
Like that's kind of how I approach collabs. It's like, do we first of all do we have a collab idea? Is there something we can do together? Like, because there are people who have asked me to collab, and when it comes to actually what the collab is, have really struggled to get an answer for what we're gonna do. Because like they don't do art, they don't do the games that I play, and it's like this makes it very difficult to if you're not wanting to do like an interview style thing, it makes it very difficult. It's like, well, what are we going to do then? Like, I understand that you want to collab, but if you approach someone for a collab, having an idea of what the collab will actually be, is very important. Like, don't just ask someone to collab and be like, hey, let's hang out, and then they'll be like, okay, what are you going to do? And be like, I don't know, what do you want to do? Don't do that. Don't ask the person you want to collab with what they want to do. Approach them with an idea of what you want to do. And if they're interested in it, they'll say, yeah, let's do it. And like, if it's a cool idea, it doesn't matter how big of a stream you are. If they're like, whoa, this idea, like, for example, I recently did a collab with my friend Yanni. And Yanni is mostly like an Elden Ring Souls-like streamer. And I was like, okay, I mean, I like Souls-likes, but I kind of want to draw. What can we do to draw and do Elden Ring together? So I was like, I approached Yanni and I was like, hey, Yanni, do you want to hang out sometime? I have this idea for a collab where you will have to do like sort of like an Elden Ring speedrun challenge thing. And I will be drawing some art. And if you finish your speedrun thing first, then you win. If I finish my art piece first, then I win. So like even though we're doing completely different things, like it's a fun and unique idea. And Yanni was like, yeah, that sounds great, let's do it. And then some of my other friends were like, hey, can I steal this idea and do it too? And they did a collab of the same style. Like think about how if you're approaching someone for a collab, don't think about just I want to hang out with this person. Think about what are we going to do? Like how are we going to make it fun for both of us? And something that, like they feel is valuable. Like because people's time is valuable. Like hanging out with people, like hanging out with friends isn't about like whether your friends feel you're valuable. But if you're approaching a VTuber that you know less, then you have to respect someone's time. You have to understand that, other people are probably asking them for collabs. What do you have to offer? That makes them go, yeah, I want to hang out with you. Like shoot them a cool idea and they'll probably say yes. It's my biggest
Yeah.
advice. Anyway, sorry, I've been yapping about this for a while and you probably have to go.
That's okay. I would say for that as well, like if you just go to someone and go like, "Hey, do you want to collab?" and
Mm,
they ask, "Okay, what do you want to collab with? Like what game or what activity?" and you say, "I don't know, what do you feel like?" You're putting the labor of making them find out what fits both
yeah,
of you. You're putting
yeah,
all of that labor onto them, which already
yeah,
gives bad signs of you don't know how to collab.
yeah. Um,
But yeah.
there's actually one more advice that I have for collabing, and that's
Hmm.
when I ask for a collab, I always assume it will be on my channel. I never, I highly recommend anyone asking for a collab, never, ever, ever assume that the collab will be on their channel. Always approach a collab assuming that the collab will happen on your channel. Unless they specifically offer for the collab to be on their end or for it to be a stream together or something like that. Um, unless they say that specifically, not you asking if they want to, let them offer, or like if it comes up in conversation naturally. Um,
Mhm.
like, because, like Catherine just said, it's like inviting someone to dinner and making them cook it. Yeah, basically.
Yeah,
Um,
that's a great way of putting it.
but yeah, um, collabs are delicate things, but there is a method to approaching them.
There are
And
ways
I
to make
hope
it
that helps for
easier and
anyone
cleaner.
who's confused.
Mm.
But yeah, I don't want to keep you any longer if you've got to go, honey.
Yeah, I do gotta head out to an appointment. I'll just show you what it looks like right now.
Yeah,
Take a
yeah, let
look.
me look.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so cool. Whoa. Oh my gosh. I love the motion in your art. It's so pretty.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, like I like very active poses that with a lot of movement.
Yeah. I I feel like mine is a lot more static in comparison, but I think that's fine.
Yeah, I think static art is not bad. It is
Hmm.
definitely like some people like it more, some people like it less, some people need both to tell a good story with their characters, and I think you need both as an artist to really be fully able to capture a
Yeah.
character. And I think that's a really
Yeah.
good skill to have. But
Yeah.
yeah, thank you for hosting, by the way. This has been a
Yeah,
nice
of
chill time.
course. Thank you for hanging out. I've had a really good time. Everyone, in my stream at least.
Mhm.
If you have not already done so, I highly recommend that you go and follow the lovely Honey Goblin right over there.
Oh,
Please go do so.
thank you.
Honey is very sweet and very lovely. And Honey usually streams a bit before me.
Ah.
So I am often in Honey's streams before before mine. uh, so there you
Hmm.
go. Um,
Yeah, and my next stream
I
will be
also oh, I was about to
Friday,
ask
I
that
think.
actually. Yeah.
Yeah. I skipped ahead, my bad.
No, it's okay.
But yeah, thank you again for hosting, and I'm sure you'll see me lurking in your streams more
Hee
more often than not. But yeah, I hope your what is you had a very clever name.
February.
February subathon goes well.
Thank you.
I hope you enjoy it.
We're at 579 subs. That means that
Nice.
we hit the foot model goal. In 6 more subs, I'll get the foot model live 2D animated. But the next big goal is in 21 subs at 600, which will be a Osho dress up, which will be fun, and also we'll spin the punishment wheel. So yeah,
Ooh, let's go. That ought to
it's
be fun.
exciting. Mm-hmm.
But all right, I gotta head out. I gotta go to my
Mm-hmm.
appointment.
No
Thank you
problem.
once again for being such a good host.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out. I've had such a good time. Um,
Mhm.
yeah, if you do you want to send me real quick just a little screenshot of your art so far so I can show everyone on my stream,
Absolutely, yeah. Let me do that real
if you
quick.
don't mind. If you don't mind.
Yeah. Just
This was loads of
adjust
fun. It was. It was really fun. I I really want to fix up this pose to be a bit more dynamic. Which I can probably do. Um, but I'll do that another
There we
time
go.
because it's getting late and I have been streaming for a while. I'll
Mm-hmm.
probably keep going for a little bit longer.
Yes,
Um,
so you'll be able to keep chat company while I'm off.
mm. You'll be stuck with me. Um,
Stuck having a good time.
mm-hmm. Here we
But
go.
yeah,
There's the art. Thank you.
there we are. But yeah, I gotta head out. Thank you once again.
Mm.
I will catch you later.
Yeah, thanks for being here. Catch you
Thank you
later,
so
honey.
much. Bye
Goodbye.
bye.
Bye.
Alrighty. That's some pretty good art for today. I'm pretty happy with that, honestly. Now here's the thing. I don't know how to end the stream together, so I assume it is just me ending stream. So I hope y'all had a lovely time today. Go check out Osio if you do not know Osio's work. There, she's so cool, so cool and so kind. But I will see y'all very soon. I'll be streaming on Friday at 5 p.m. PST. I'll catch y'all later, okay? Thank you for coming today. Bye bye.